Okay, I'd like to call the Bloomfield Hills Board of Education meeting to order. It is 6:30 p.m. We will take attendance. Secretary VanGemert.
All board members are present.
If we can please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Any chance? Can you
Teach right here.
switch? This is Dave. Second. Sure.
Okay.
Can I make a quick motion to move 2A down to 2B or C?
Can I get a second? There's a motion. Is there a second?
What was the motion? I didn't even hear the motion.
The motion is, and I'll repeat it, the request is to move 2A so we can allow for time to now become 2C. Therefore, 2B will become 2A and 2C will become 2B.
Okay, second.
Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there a roll call vote? Can I get a vote? Or discussion? Does anyone want to talk about it?
No.
Okay. Vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you,
Thank you,
Trustee
everyone.
VanGemert. We're going to move on to special recognition 2B. We're going to celebrate the success of our girls hockey state champions. We're going to recognize them at this time. How exciting is this? We'd like to invite Mick, our girls varsity head coach, and Superintendent Watson. We're going to join you. We're going to honor our students at this time.
First of all, thank you for having us here this evening. I'm Mike Keller. I'm the District Athletic Director. We're honored to stand before you today to celebrate the Bloomfield Hills High School State Championship girls ice hockey team. Congratulations to the girls. Them and their team beat Grosse Pointe North in double overtime victory, 5-4, to capture the Michigan State Championship. We have a few of our players here this evening, as well as our coaches. Unfortunately, we have a large number of our team members who are dedicated to their sports that they're playing this spring, and they are not able to be with us here tonight. But thank you, and I will turn it over to Coach Singelyn at this time.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Pat. So like Mike said, a lot of girls are playing in other sports, so which is incredible. So we love two-sport athletes. Good stuff. Girls were great this year. Mike, you guys were great. Pat, and everybody at the schools have been great for us. So we got two girls honoring us tonight. Oh, Chris and Asher over there, assistant coaches. So we got Kendall Crawford. And Kayla Pleysier.
So we can just come and take a picture.
Okay.
Our Board of Education will come around. Karen,
No, she's here.
come on up for the picture. Thank you. Just do a PK style. Hold on, everybody. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Agenda together.
Okay. We will now be celebrating the success of our 4th grade kindness crew. How amazing is that? So our Way Elementary PTO volunteer recognition. So we'd like to call Michelle up to the podium from Way Elementary, our principal at Way Elementary. How are you, Michelle?
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I'm Michelle Fukulane, the principal at Way Elementary School. Thank you for this opportunity to stand before you and recognize an outstanding PTO member of the Way School community, Katrina Kill. Right there. Katrina shared the idea of starting a 4th grade kindness crew so that our students would have a leadership opportunity while at the same time developing compassion and understanding for others. This sounded like a great idea for our students and was quickly instituted at Way Elementary by Katrina. Our students met twice a month and completed projects to build a positive community and spread kindness. Some of our projects included writing notes of encouragement to students and staff, creating an all-school paper quilt highlighting family traditions. They shared inspirational stories or notes with students who needed some extra TLC, collected gently used toys and books for the organization Humble Design. The Kindness Crew also spoke at our school assembly, sharing their mission with the entire school, and we're going to be building upon that next school year. And they did so much more. Thank you, Katrina, for your leadership and dedication in helping our students become their personal best and ultimately supporting our entire community. We all know we can change the world by showing kindness. Let's all do our part every day to be way kind. Way kind. Please join me in recognizing Katrina Kill.
And we'll take a picture if you want. Okay. My time to shine. Right? And I'll make sure I do that. Perfect. Thank you.
Next, in continuing our celebration of success, we have the Bloomfield Hills Teacher of the Year recognition. Todd Bidlack, our Assistant Superintendent, Robert Phillips, Rob Durecka, and Cynthia McDonald will be presenting the awards. Or is this you, Todd?
No, I have everybody.
Okay.
Well, good evening. I have this distinct pleasure and honor to
Cathy,
introduce this year's Bloomfield Hills nominees for Oakland County's Outstanding Teacher of the Year program. Each year, Oakland Schools contacts the districts within our county and requests that we nominate and recognize an elementary teacher, middle school teacher, and high school teacher, and submit our teacher nomination forms for their program. With me this evening to help honor and recognize these 3 very distinguished and incredible teachers are Robert Phelps, principal of Conant Elementary, here to introduce our elementary teacher of the year, Angie Parker. And then come on up. Would you like me to have you not all come up and say, okay, we'll do them one at a time. Okay, so first we have Mr. Robert Phelps, principal of Conant Elementary.
Good evening, Board of Education, President Southward, and Superintendent Watson. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Angela Parker, Conant Elementary's Learning Specialist for Teacher of the Year Elementary, and tell you why she's so deserving of this recognition. A Michigan State alumni and recruited track and field scholar athlete under famed coach James Bibbs, Mrs. Parker began her career teaching EDK through second grades in Detroit public schools for 11 years before coming to Bloomfield Hills. She has spent the last 20 years at Conan Elementary within grades K through 3 and as a learning specialist for the last 4 years. The role of a learning specialist is a complex one. As a lead in our MTSS system, Mrs. Parker identifies needs throughout the building and delivers intervention to small groups of students. With a growth mindset and a relationship-first mentality, she scaffolds lessons for students that fold into their classrooms, providing them accelerated growth and, more importantly, confidence in themselves. However, that growth can continue exponentially for a system when you combine that belief in a student's learning with the partnership and strategic action of a classroom teacher. Because she is a relationship-first educator and leader, our Conant staff trust her to work in partnership with the students she serves. This combination drives excellence. This partnership with staff also lifts up our professional data conversations. Mrs. Parker leads these extraordinary exploratory learning days to connect building goals with team and teacher goals multiple times a year. Mrs. Parker is a specialist when it comes to coaching and driving conversations in a way that feels safe but direct with Conant staff. But there's more. She has been our leader when it comes to our global equity team, more specifically the work we do around diversity, equity, and inclusion. She has led affinity groups for our children, lifting their voices and creating space for all of our families. From our staff sunshine committee to our union rep, I can say she has truly done it all. So, as Ms. Parker transitions into retirement next year, we lose a legacy, but with legacies come lasting impacts for many years to come. Congratulations, Mrs. Parker, for being awarded Teacher of the Year. And thank you for giving so much of yourself to our school and community. Thank you.
Will be 1 minute for a picture.
And as a token of the Bloomfield Hills Schools Foundation, just appreciation for all you do, we are awarding you with a $250 program grant to be used for the future learning of the kids in your program. So congratulations.
And that was a correction to Cathy. Sorry about that. It's Cathy McDonald.
And next, we have a gentleman who has had many titles, but is currently the interim associate principal at West Hills Middle School. Mr. Rob Durecka is going to introduce us to our middle school teacher of the year, Laura VanGemert.
What a great night. We get to honor the people who do the job, that are in front of kids every day. So thank you for this opportunity. To the Board of Ed. Good evening tonight, President Southward, and to Superintendent Watson. Over here he is. Hi, it's iPad. But it is my honor to be here tonight and recognize and congratulate Laura VanGemert, West Hills 8th grade American Studies teacher and Bloomfield Hills School's middle school teacher of the year. Laura is very deserving of this recognition, and I'd like to share just a few things about Laura and the many highlights that make her a special teacher and parent and person. And you know, she's at all levels here right now. I saw a group of kids come in with you tonight, and you're probably running around because some other people are also busy this evening in your home. So at any rate, with that, Laura truly values the development of the whole child. In her position at West Hills Middle School, leading her 8th grade students in the study of United States history, she achieves far more than just helping students gain a deeper understanding of our country's history. Laura helps students better understand who they are as learners, supporting the growth of critical thinking, communication, and self-management skills, all while building meaningful relationships with her students. Laura is a team player whose approach helps each and every student achieve their potential. Relationships are key to building trust and creating a safe environment for learners to take risk and to stretch their thinking. Each school year, Laura begins by administering a survey to gain insights into her students' learning, styles, interests, and potential concerns. She leverages this information to differentiate and engage all students. Because students know she's invested in them as both learners and people, this trust is evident when you observe her classes in action. You can expect to see students engaging in class discussions that critically examine historical figures and the decisions that were made in the context of history. What a concept. You may see this as a reasonable expectation for all teachers, and I would agree, but it is just the beginning for Laura, as she seemingly effortlessly connects pop culture and individuals to their own personal histories. By relating U.S. history to pop culture, she creatively presents learning experiences through formats such as mock trials, reenactments, and research using primary resources. Laura has a passion for connecting her students with the history of our local community to help them bridge the past with the present. She's designed an ancestry project where students investigate either their family's history or a chosen historical figure's origin. This provides students insight into their own lives or a prominent figure's life. Another one of the highlights each year for her learners is an engaging Survivor game. If you've seen Survivor on TV, think about that, where students need to have a strong understanding of each unit's content to answer challenging questions and solve complex problems. I like watching students search the school for immunity idols. While others work together with their peers, she brings activities to the Survivor game that makes it real to students. Each year also, we have the pleasure of having cannons fire on our school grounds. They have a Civil War reenactment come to our school. What about bringing history to life when you can see an actual reenactment on your school grounds? Constantly growing as a learner herself, Laura is an avid reader, podcast listener, district collaborator, and Galileo alumni group participator. She's frequently collaborating with district colleagues in terms of planning, pacing, sharing ideas and successes, and in implementing new curriculum. Laura's initiative in using standards-based grading launched her into a leadership role both at West Hills and across the district. Laura values student growth and embraces the journey each child takes in her classroom. It's not where the student was at the beginning of the journey, it's where they ended up after absorbing the feedback from conferencing with Laura. Laura is committed to helping students grow as critical thinkers. I think this quote from one of Laura's former students, Grace Main, says what we all hope for as educators. I'm involved in a history club. I've taken AP history and government classes, and I can't go long without blurting out some kind of history-related fun fact. Much of this love for learning and love for the subject comes from my 8th grade American history teacher, Mrs. VanGemert. Mrs. VanGemert has positively impacted so many lives, and this makes her an extremely deserving candidate and person for the Bloomfield Hills Schools Middle School Teacher of the Year Award. Congratulations, Laura.
Should I go down there?
And now Cathy McDonald, our Associate Principal at Bloomfield Hills High School, is here to introduce us to our High School Teacher of the Year, Krista LaLiberte.
Good evening, Board of Education, President Southward, and Superintendent Watson. It is my distinct honor to be here tonight to recognize and congratulate Krista LaLiberte, Bloomfield Hills High School instructional coach, AP Language and Composition teacher, and Student Leadership Advisor as Bloomfield Hills School's Teacher of the Year Award for high school. There is no teacher more deserving of this recognition, and I am privileged to share a small sampling of the numerous attributes that make Krista the special educator and person that she is. Within the classroom, Krista uses a variety of instructional strategies to engage her students, but the most important first step she takes is to create the culture of care that she builds with each class. Krista creates culture by building meaningful relationships with students. In her AP Language and Composition class, students are actively engaged and take ownership of their learning. This is evident as Krista's students consistently score high on the AP exam. Aside from standardized tests, Krista's students are well prepared for their future courses in college, the workplace, and beyond. As an instructional coach and educational leader, Krista works diligently to lead learning labs for staff to observe and learn from one another. Krista also leads inquiry cohorts. These embedded staff groupings meet to discuss different topics such as culturally responsive teaching, grading for equity, and innovative technology integration. Krista plans and facilitates many of these cohorts. She not only participates in planning for professional development, but leads the charge. Krista works with the administration and other teacher leaders to engage our staff and works to flatten the leadership among our team. Rachel Matz, English teacher at Bloomfield Hills High School, recalls that what Krista means to her and so many of her colleagues, and I'm quoting, "When I was a first-year teacher, Krista was my go-to when I needed advice or ideas to build my curriculum. While she was always willing to share her plans with me or walk me through a how-to lesson or how a lesson worked in her classroom, she also encouraged me to make things my own, helping me see the art in lesson design. Now, over a decade later, Krista is still my go-to when I want to try something new or brainstorm ideas for a lesson. Whether it's in content-related or instructional, she always offers sound advice and does whatever she can to support her fellow teachers. Krista is highly organized. This highly organized nature allows for her to run multiple programs and initiatives effectively without dropping the ball. Whether it's guiding students in planning events and fundraisers or spending countless hours facilitating meaningful National Honor Society programming like we had last night at our induction, she never skips a beat. Krista has the ear of the staff, students, and families. She is the pulse and heartbeat of our community at BHS. It is with her wealth of institutional knowledge that Krista takes the lead and does so naturally. Senior student and student body president Cameron Klein perfectly sums up Krista's exceptionalness. We constantly have healthy debates and work together to reach the most successful outcomes. Mrs. LaLiberte has done all she can to prepare me and my peers for what is to come, and I am forever indebted to her. I am now prepared and eager to make my impact on the world, and it is all due to her endless support, guidance, and compassion. Mrs. Krista LaLiberte has impacted so many lives in a way that is unique and truly above and beyond. Her dedication and selfless devotion to the students, staff, and families of the Bloomfield Hills Schools community make her decidedly deserving of being Bloomfield Hills High School Teacher of the Year.
Okay, so Rebecca, no? We'll just, yeah.
Thank you all for such amazing work that you do as our students, parents, teachers. We really appreciate your successes and will continue to celebrate you and all the things that you do. We're going to move on to 3A, public comment. If you would like to submit a public comment, please do so by completing a public comment card and providing that to Rebecca. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to address the Board of Education. It is not a time for dialogue. In the interest of time, the Open Meetings Act provides the Board of Education may place time limits on the time allotted for an individual comment. In addition to making a public comment, you may also email the Board of Education at any time. Any comment that contains profanity, threats, defamatory remarks, or is directed at any person not employed by the district or a member of the Board of Education in their official capacity and related to the role and responsibilities for which they employ or serve in or otherwise exempt from First Amendment protection will be excluded from public comment. If you are speaking on behalf of a group or organization, please identify who you represent. Thank you for your time to address the Board of Education. You'll have 3 minutes in which you may speak, and Trustee Hill will be keeping the time for us. Our first person is Story Huntley. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening. My name is Story Huntley, and I'm a sophomore at IA. At the sudden news of Superintendent Pat Watson's retirement, I have come as a class officer and member of the Student Senate to ask the Board of Education to provide the International Academy an opportunity to have a voice in the appointment of the next superintendent. The International Academy has a unique perspective on education which needs to be recognized and supported. IA is notorious for its rigorous curriculum and high expectations. However, my experience at IA has shown me that it is rather about developing a well-rounded education and a curiosity to continue to learn beyond the expectations of a test. It is about creating a community of learning where teachers, students, and administrators work together to help students recognize and achieve their full potential. On the 17th of August, 2021, I walked into the IA as a student for the first time. My closest friends of 9 years were attending Bloomfield Hills High School, and I was frightened by IA's reputation of being difficult and worried about missing my friends. However, within the first few weeks, I felt assured that I would be capable of excelling in such a school. I also came to recognize that I had not lost friends, but gained many more. From the developing of my fascination and passion of biology, largely due to my teacher, Mr. Ferrari, to genuinely understanding math concepts with the help of Ms. Hessler, I have begun the process of expanding my worldviews. I have become capable of applying my education to abstract and impactful global problems to better understand the whys and hows of the concepts of solutions. IA has taught me to ask questions to help round my understanding and to question my own knowledge. No matter the excellent education, it is the skill set IA teaches its students that makes them the naturally inquisitive people they are. Although as a sophomore, I have yet to experience the full challenge of the IB curriculum, I can say that classes have become significantly more difficult since my freshman year. However, with the network of supportive school-wide relationships, I can say without a doubt that I am prepared to take on the difficulties of such an academically challenging school. Finally, while IA's academics may be quite challenging at times, it is the network of support that allows for students to be taught at such a level. To not provide an opportunity for the express of such a work environment, in my opinion, would be a grave mistake. The distinctive attributes of IA schooling provides district communities with diverse opportunities that are beneficial to all its students. However, IA also has its needs that should be accounted for to provide these students, my own classmates, with such a valuable and rare education. It is with that IA requires the support of the school board, as well as of the support of the new superintendent, to continue our educations to the very best standard. Thank you.
Penelope Higgs.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board and Superintendent Watson tonight. My name is Dr. Penelope Higgs, and I am an Associate Professor of Biological Sciences at Wayne State University. I take a keen interest in how students are prepared to excel in the university setting and/or launch successful careers. My daughter has attended BH schools since first grade. She is currently at the International Academy, a total gem of a school, which I worry is sometimes underappreciated by this district. I speak tonight to highlight how IA is of immense benefit and helps recruit families into the district. Niche, a national school ranking platform, puts IA as the best public high school in Michigan. IA students recently achieved the highest average SAT scores in Michigan. This achievement is despite discouraging students to take costly SAT prep courses because IA knows the best prep for SAT is a rigorous curriculum and dedicated teachers. IA teachers and administrators bring worldwide recognition for their contributions to the IB, the International Baccalaureate curriculum. Lynn Gibson, head of the IA Tri-Campuses, is an IB evaluation leader who will evaluate different IB campuses programs for reauthorization. Mr. Davies and Ms. Monk train other educators to teach in the IB chemistry and biology programs, respectively. Ms. Hessler and Mr. Deswan help develop math and history curriculums, respectively, that are used by IB programs all around the world. Mr. Morrison serves as an external grader for IB exams. Ms. Senator helps develop the Theory of Knowledge, TOK, courses, a centerpiece of all IB programs. TOK teaches students to be comfortable with the complexity of knowledge, to critically examine personal biases, and to act responsibly in an internet-connected but uncertain world. This kind of class highlights why, with its diverse body full of different social, economic, and religious backgrounds, students at IA can so effectively work together, support each other, and have productive discussions about local and world issues. IA is a crucial part of the BH district that provides an environment where students that might otherwise find it difficult to integrate into a large high school find a place to thrive. It is hugely important in an age of unprecedented crisis in student mental health. Like many in the IA community, I am disappointed to hear that Pat Watson has decided to retire. I was continually impressed by how often he directly interacted with students throughout the district and how he genuinely cared for the well-being of each student and each teacher. In times of crisis, his letters to the community were rational and calming. Especially importantly to the IA community, he understood and supported the special role that IA plays in the district. This district must not reverse the important strides forward that have been made under his leadership. I ask IA has a voice in selection for the next superintendent, and that this board and the next superintendent recognize the importance of IA to the district.
That's 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll end there.
Thank you. Sophia Fisher.
Dear Board of Education and Superintendent Mr. Pat Watson, my name is Sophie Fisher and I am a junior and student senate member at the International Academy. I'm here today to share my experiences that I've gained throughout my past 3 years at IA. As a member of an expatriate family, I've spent most of my life moving between continents and constantly switching communities and schools. I've partaken in several different curriculums and explored different types of schools. Above all other schools, though, I feel that the International Academy is the most perfect fit for me, and it has become a second home. When I approach the IA building doors every day, every morning, I know I'm commencing a school day packed with all sorts of academic challenges in my IB diploma program classes, ranging from Socratic seminars to internal assessments, to project exhibitions, and beyond. But more than anything, the most important thing that I see on the other side of those doors, and that I think makes the IA truly so special, is the united community that I have the honor of being a part of every single day. IA is an intersection of a multitude of cultures, ethnicities, and religions, which is a valuable characteristic that aids in shaping us students into the most well-rounded and aware versions of ourselves. The diversity of our school has expanded my knowledge of the world around me and what it truly means to be a global citizen. Through the multiplicity of clubs and activities, I've been exposed to different viewpoints and opinions, some of which I can't specifically relate to, but exactly this unfamiliarity has pushed me to examine my own beliefs. Ultimately, the varying cultures shape us, the students, into critical and deep thinkers. An additional thing that I admire about the IA is the way that teachers embrace the students' many different backgrounds and interests. IA teachers do not have a one-size-fits-all approach to their students, but rather consider our different perspectives and ideas with an open mind. I also sense a motivation from my teachers to encourage me and all others to push our boundaries and explore unfamiliar areas that interest us. 5 months ago, I chose to write my IB extended essay on a topic within biology. If you would have told me then that I'm currently analyzing the genomes of 26 pairs of identical twins discordant for breast cancer for epigenetic influences, I would have not believed a single bit of it. But with my amazing EE advisor by my side, who has challenged me and believes in my ability to explore a completely unknown topic, I've been able to advance my research capabilities to an entirely new level. In all, the IA community is unlike any other that I have had the privilege of being a part of, and I truly believe that the combination of so many different backgrounds enriches our educational experience. The IA is an irreplaceable asset to the Bloomfield Hills community and beyond. Therefore, I feel it is vital that the IA is represented and considered in the search for a new superintendent. I hope that you will see the IA, with all of its uniqueness and special characteristics, as an integral part of this new era of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Fisher Kataja? No, Katya. I was almost there. Fisher Katya. Thank you.
Dear Board of Education of Bloomfield Hills, dear Pat Watson, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today as a Bloomfield Hills resident and current co-president of the PTIA. We have 2 junior girls at the International Academy, and I'm happy to share with you that we as a family experience a tight, unique, well-functioning, and diverse school community, students, teachers, and parents. As a sailor, I like using the comparison that the IA is sailing in tight quarters on Square Lake Road, with teachers keeping every community member afloat, students pulling others along, bring the sailing team up to speed. This is the IA Oakmont campus, always thriving to grow the curriculum, be better, and succeed every year in the international recognized assessments. This is why I see so many of our expatriate BH community members coming to the IA who appreciate the possibility to keep up with the IB program while moving around the world. Even business leaders realize that this is a gem of a school. This is why I'd like to highlight here the IA Business Coalition, grown out of our own group of parents, a coalition of professionals of different businesses and industries who decided as parents last year to come together with the school and start exposing the entire IA Oakmont student population to monthly panel discussions, either covering career insights like an engineering panel, or strategies for success, how to write a resume and present yourself as interviews provided by HR real-world professionals. We'd like to acknowledge that it was Pat Watson. He's the great supporter of the program. He saw it as an opportunity for the rest of Bloomfield Hills community right at the beginning, having those panels live-streamed and accessible for all students in the school district, even after the events took place. This is why the IA is proud to provide an added value to and connect with the entire BH community. As I've said, we are lucky to have many IAPC parents who, as business leaders of large and medium-sized automotive and tech companies, are even willing to go one further, providing reoccurring shadowing opportunities and several company visits to the IA Oakmont students throughout the year. That means that students are being helped in making up their mind about their future much earlier in their age. So why do I bring all this up? It is an example of how engaging the IA community is, being another puzzle piece in our Bloomfield Hills community, another niche built by the Bloomfield School District. And it also shows how important it is to have a superintendent who really understands the IA and what it is all about. The intangibles, the tight community, the thrive to grow in any way and shape. The IA community and the IA Business Coalition would love to have continued support from Bloomfield Hills by having an IA community member involved in the interviewing process for the next superintendent, and also being considered, as many times already discussed, with building updates in the upcoming bond. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lawrence Jasper.
Good afternoon or good evening, guys. Sorry to bring bad news. I love International Academy. It's one of the best schools in Bloomfield Hills.
Thank you.
I come here to be transparent. You probably all know my son was the one that was accused of racism back in 2021, and accused is exactly that. I'd like to read a statement that was authorized to read by the parents of the child who did actually the crime, the hate crime. Rosalia, I am shocked, appalled as what has transpired with Aaron making such a terrible and disappointing statement on Sean's account.
Sir, could you please
bring African American? Aaron knows how much adversity that we all, with other ethnic groups, encounter and have to fight. Our family has never endorsed this type of behavior, and Aaron knows that. I want to apologize to you, Sean, and your husband for any disciplinary action that may be taken due to your son's negligence, my son's negligence, and ignorant actions. Aaron will be disciplined at home,
sir,
and we also be working with the school to apologize publicly.
Mr. Jasper, could you please refrain from using other persons' names that are not your own children?
I was authorized to read. This is a direct quote from the mother.
That's fine, but we would like to request that you refrain.
AR.
Okay, thank you.
AR will be disciplined at home, and he will also be working with the principal to apologize in some form to the school community. I'm in tears and just shocked that he is and would make statements like that. I am sorry for this all. He's an African-American boy at the school of Bloomfield Hills. He was a lineman for the football team that my son ran as a running back. And at my house, while he was staying over at 3:11 in the morning, he convinced my son to give him his post under false pretenses, playing a joke supposedly on my son. That same incident turned out to be a racial hate crime. Police Chief Langmeyer explained to you that graffiti on the walls is a hate crime. This is a hate crime. My family has been destroyed. For 18 months, it's been publicized on Channel 4. The whole complaint prior to being filed. I told Mr. Superintendent Watson on the 23rd of November that it was publicly presented as my son being the white racist, the white boy. He was profiled white. He's Hispanic. My wife has been profiled white. She's Hispanic. She's from Mexico City. She's American Indian, and her father's from Spain. All my kids are Hispanic, but we've been branded racist. I've had 3 car accidents, destroyed my business, and at the same time, DEI has been brought into this school. Equity. You're all professors, you got degrees. Equity means that I can go home, smoke weed, drink beer, play pinball.
That's 3 minutes. Thank you.
No, it's not fair or right. Equality, Martin Luther King has said what he wants, not equity.
Lydia Barron.
Hello, my name is Lydia Barron. I am the proud parent of an alumna. She graduated in 2006 from Model High School. She received a wonderful education, friends from many, many backgrounds, marvelous experience. I'm a teacher. I continue to teach. I've been at it for 43 years now. I'm not about to give up, but I want to say something about the Diversity Assembly. I was so disappointed to hear that my community was all up in arms about this. You, Bloomfield Hills, you've done your best to give our kids a wonderful education. I could see, and I listened to the board meeting last week with all the vitriol and all the complaining with my students. We watched. My students have written letters to all of you expressing their opinions and their ideas and their support, okay? But we know and we understand that if we're going to have peace in this world, we must expose our children to every kind of idea. We must, and we must protect our educators, our teachers. All right, you've heard all of the students' experiences in the classroom. Well, those classroom experiences were made possible because teachers were able to broach topics that maybe would have been a little bit difficult. So hats off to the students, those wonderful students who prepared with the best of intentions that Diversity Assembly. I wasn't there, but I listened to the entire meeting. I listened to the students who came at the very end of the board meeting to share their ideas as well. I take my hat off to you. I am so pleased that you had the courage to bring an assembly that would help provide students with yet another viewpoint. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Rania Shaib.
What's her name?
Did I say it wrong? Rania? Is it Shaib? Thank you. Did I pronounce?
It's not Rania. I'm reading this letter for Rania.
Okay.
Good evening, respected board members. Thank you for service to our district. I appreciate this opportunity to provide parental feedback. I have been a proud IA parent for 5 years, and prior to the IA, my kids attended Easthurst Middle School. My oldest graduated from the IA last year. My second child will graduate this year, and my youngest child will start at the International Academy in the fall. I love the educational experience my kids have received at the IA. The cultural diversity is unmatched in nearby schools. Kids graduating from the IA are well-rounded, independent, and exceptionally prepared for college. Not many people outside the IA community really understand the uniqueness of the IA. Pat Watson, understands the uniqueness of the IA. He values the IA. He has given IA the attention it deserves, that we had been craving for so long. I was sad to hear that Mr. Watson will be retiring in the coming months. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. My question to the board is, who will fill this important role? Last time there was a vacancy for superintendent of BHS. The district spent a lot of time and money gathering feedback to determine what parents, students, and staff wanted from the superintendent. As a parent of the IA, it is important to me that a new superintendent is supportive of the IA needs. We want a superintendent that is visible at the IA and takes interest in our community. I ask the board to please ensure the IA is given the opportunity to continue to prosper under the new district leadership. Please ensure the IA is considered in the upcoming bond with updates around our building. We know what it is like to be ignored, and we don't want to fall back into these times. Thank you, Rania.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay. We'll move on to item 4, superintendent report. Oh wait, can I have a point? I want to acknowledge really quick, because I know you probably want to stay a period of time. But any of our PT Association volunteers, if you're here, we'd like to thank you for your service. If you want to stand and be recognized, we thank you for coming. And any other PTOs that are here, thank you so much. Okay, Superintendent Watson.
Thank you, Dr. Southward. Just a couple updates to share with the board. I'll start with some of the transition planning that's going on. We're going to have orientation for the 2 new middle schools coming up. May 1st, orientation will be for South Hills, students attending South Hills. And on May 8th, orientation will be for those students going to North Hills next year. Since the buildings will both be under construction, orientation will take place at Bloomfield Hills High School, where they'll both be hosted there. On May 10th, we're going to offer transition tours and coffee at Way and Covenant. And then on May 17th, same thing, transition tours and coffee at Lone Pine, which will now be at West Hills Middle School, and Eastover, which will now be at East Hills Middle School site. Also like to provide an update on the healing response plan, some things that have occurred since the last time we've met. Staff training has taken place on identifying Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. That's occurred in the past 2 weeks. There have not been any additional reports of hate incidents that have occurred. The last one was March 23rd. We've had some teachers, no surprise here, that have stepped up and expressed an interest in helping to organize the Religious Diversity Journeys field trips that will be piloted next year. And then kind of looking at where we are with the plan, it was a great first step to get something out, but we know it can't be static. We know that it will need to continue to grow and revolve and be a document. That's what we call a living document. So therefore to that, we're in the process of putting together a leadership council. And this leadership council will be formed. It'll act as the steering committee for the healing response plan. It will help continue the guide phase 2, which is from now until June. It will also guide phase 3, which is from July moving forward. And so I know sometimes you get the feedback like, what else is there going to be? Now that we're starting to settle in and get some of these things done, the Leadership Council will be able to evaluate and decide what are the appropriate next steps for phase 2 as we continue this year, and then what are the appropriate steps for phase 3, which is July 1, and then moving forward at that point. So excited for that. We'll put something in the board update. It'll include people from faith leadership. It'll include a board member. We've already reached out to Trustee Fala to see if he would serve on that, and hopefully he'll accept that opportunity. But I think it will be good to make sure that we have a group that is leading the work moving forward as well. Dr. Southworth, thank you. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. We're going to move over to item 5, President's Report. I just wanted to, first, before I talk about the superintendent search, I wanted to acknowledge at Conant recently, and we just had a short talk with Robert Phelps, the principal there, and they celebrated ties and tiaras. I thought that was such an amazing thing for our students at Conant, so thank you for that. I spent this morning with a group of students at East Hills Elementary, telling them all about what the Board of Education was, and I was president, not of the United States, but that would be kind of cool too, and so that was pretty amazing to hang out with the East Hills Middle School students this morning. And then I also like to acknowledge our deaf and hard of hearing students. They participated in, I want to make sure I say this correctly, a competition for storytelling. And so I would encourage you, if you haven't been reading the news that comes out every week from our Bloomfield Hills Education District, it's been some amazing highlights for what our kids are doing. And so I would encourage you to continue to watch and read. So great updates. And if you want to invite me to one of your clubs at your school, now you've been acknowledged. And those 4 kids that I hung out with this morning, I did acknowledge to them that I would provide a very brief update. So I know their parents are probably like, why are you having my kid watching the Board of Education meeting? But it is so amazing to engage with our kids in the district. So thank you for that opportunity. Okay, so I'm going to transition to our superintendent search update. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I won't transition to that because it is on the agenda further down. Okay. Want to make sure it was twice. So, I'm about to call you trustee. Secretary VanGemert, we'll move on to consent agenda. Item number 6. Thank you.
Thank you. I move the Board of Education approve the recommendations detailed in the consent agenda as follows. Request to approve the minutes from the special meeting of March 20, 2023. Request to approve minutes from the public hearing, regular meeting, and closed session of March 23, 2023. Request to approve monthly finance reports. I move the Board of Education approve the financial reports as presented by Karen Hildebrand. I move the Board of Education approve the disbursement reports as presented by Karen Hildebrand, Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operations. I move that the Board of Education authorize the administration to develop the 2023 millage rates in compliance with the state guidelines and furnish such rates to the appropriate taxing authorities by May 31, 2023 in order to levy and collect summer property taxes for all BHS voter-approved millage rates for the 2023-24 fiscal year as presented by Karen Hildebrand. Lastly, I move that the Board of Education approve the personnel actions as presented by Keith McDonald, Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources.
All items have been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Maybe have a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. 7-0. We're going to move on to item 7A in our general discussion. MICIP, school improvement updates. We're going to have presentations from Conant, Eastover, Lone Pine, and Way Elementary Schools. As our phenomenal principals come forward, we're so excited to hear your presentations today, or presentation.
So as always, thank you for honoring us with your invitation to come and speak to you tonight. It's always a pleasure to come and share what's going on in our buildings. And also, just so you know, you always have an open invite to step into our buildings at any time you need a little warm fuzzies, because our elementary buildings are happy places and filled with the joy of learning and lots of hugs. And almost all of us now have a really cute puppy there too. So we are here tonight to give you an overview of, aside from our district level data that I think you're probably familiar with from the data dashboard from Carrie Crocker's presentations. I think she shared most of the winter reporting with you, the data reporting. A little bit more in depth of how we use data more globally at the building, classroom, and individual level to inform our instructional decision making and try and move kids forward in their learning. So we looked at basically 4 questions, and the first one is, what are some of the sources of data? I hope you guys have this on your screen because that looks a little blurry up there. We did include a link in here to the district data that includes, you know, the very specific percentages of proficiencies at our buildings by subgroup, by year, by either Fontes and Pinnell or Fastbridge or M-STEP assessment. That's pretty beefy charts and graphs. If you want to look into that at some point, I'm sure you can take a few minutes to do that, or maybe a couple of hours. There's a lot there. But in addition to that, at the classroom or individual student level, there's a wealth of different sources of data. And these obviously aren't applicable to every child every time. They're more prescriptive based on the individual need of the student or of the classroom teacher's interest in trying to move instruction along. If she sees or he sees that kids are stuck on a certain concept, to try and dig deeper and figure out what's going on. And those run the gamut of academic to behavior. And so, for example, running records, that's right up there at the top. That's literally listening to a child read and taking detailed notes on exactly what they're saying, the errors they're making, the self-corrections they might be making, so you can really dive deeply into specific patterns of errors that they're making to address in your instruction. Progress monitoring, for example, or quick dipsticks would take just maybe 2 minutes to assess a very precise skill that a student might be struggling with. A lot of times we see those used particularly with special education students. Behavior data could be anything from building data. When are we seeing the most issues? Is the afternoon recess more troublesome? Do we need more support out there? To individual student behavior charts. Is the afternoon more difficult for this child as opposed to the broader building? And we go on from there, really kind of determining where the need is, where the question is, if you want to think about it as like an inquiry cycle, trying to determine the best way to get the information we need and applying a very targeted assessment to that need. So I am going to hand off to Harleen, who's going to tackle the next question, which is, what does that stuff tell us? We're doing all these assessments. What are we finding out?
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Harleen Singh. I'm the principal of Eastover Elementary. Thank you again for having us here. So several of you have been a part of our district stakeholder meetings for MyKIP, so you know that the essence of MyKIP is truly to assess the whole child and their needs. And so Dr. Haleberry shared a little bit of how we accumulate that data, or how we, different sources that we use. So what I wanted to do is some of our noticing. So of course we look at percentages, but to be honest, that doesn't really paint the picture for us. I think when we are talking to our teachers, we're trying to understand the story that the data tells. So these are some of the celebrations that we wanted to share with you. One, we noticed that our math and ELA scores are trending in the upward direction, which is exciting. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that we do have a unified curriculum for both ELA and mathematics. And so we know that we have that horizontal alignment, but we also have that vertical alignment. So same language, same practices. Teachers are building upon each other from grade level to grade level. So I think that really has celebrated some of the successes that we have seen. And so some of the things, the bullet points after that, really reflect on that growth we've seen. So the fact that we have increased independence, the fact that students are able to problem solve and use multiple strategies. So if a child is presented with a math problem, instead of saying, this is the only way to solve it, they have these conversations of, this is how I solved it, this is how you can solve it, and they really have those rich conversations to be able to really think about multiple ways of solving a problem. And with that comes increased confidence in math skills, being able to talk about math, and then obviously the stamina. I think that, the reading stamina, the writing stamina, we want to see our children to be able to persevere, to have resilience, to really grapple with some other difficulties. So we've been able to see that increase. Many of you know that we had a K2 phonics pilot last year, and now all of our K2 students and teachers are using the phonics unit, and we've really seen a lot of growth with our decoding, increased fluencies, overall just increased reading scores. So some of the things that we've noticed, we do still see, although we've seen growth with some of our ELD and our economically disadvantaged students, we still do see those achievement gaps. We do have that K2 phonics instruction, but we can see that we still have that need for the higher grades, for 3 to 5, to have some more phonics instruction. Our hope is that we kind of right that once we have that intensive K2 instruction with phonics, but our teachers right now are noticing that there is still that need for our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students. We also discussed about the fact that a lot of our neighboring districts are doing some test skills kind of practicing. So a lot of our students have not taken standardized tests in the past. So a lot of our 3rd graders, the first time that we're really taking a standardized test is when they're taking the MSTEP. So there's been conversations of how do we prepare our students for those standardized tests. And that kind of goes with the next one is the technology skills. So a lot of our kids are really great with the tablets, but when it comes to keyboarding and mouse, using the mouse, like how do we support our students so that that's not the first time that they're using those. So those are ongoing conversations we've having. And then when we look at the whole child, we're also noticing increased challenges with behaviors, emotional regulation, anxiety. And then we're working into the level system for special ed. So we're noticing in our level 3 and level 4, we really do benefit from having the para support or adult supports within the classroom. So thinking about how do we continue to support those students as they're being, pushed into the gen ed classrooms as well. So those are some of our noticings, and then the next step is to think about what do we do? So now that this is the story that the data painted, how do we really support our students and staff in the next steps? So I'm passing that on to Michelle.
Thank you. Again, Michelle Fipke-Lang, the principal at Way Elementary School. This next slide that I'd like to share is what we are doing to support our students. It's a comprehensive list from all 4 elementary schools. Some of the items listed are either resources, interventions, while some of them are also actionable items that are completed by our staff. One of the examples is Read Naturally. I consider that as a resource that's used to help students with reading fluency, while Reading Recovery is an intervention for our 1st grade readers that are at risk. Phonics instruction, which Harleen was speaking about, K2 is what we would consider a guaranteed curriculum because you can go to all 4 elementary schools and you're going to see the same instruction happening. The bullet listed on here titled Instructional Coaches Collaboration with Teachers. That was listed to highlight that our coaches systematically meet with the teachers regarding curriculum, data, instructional practices, and there are conversations around the district goals, our school goals, personal goals, the dispositions named in our Portrait of a Learner, and much more. And these happen bi-weekly, so that's exciting. As you can see in our list here, we have many things that we're doing for social, emotional learning, and that's always on the forefront. What are we going to do for our students so they can thrive? We as educators know that our students need to feel safe. They must have their basic needs met. We focus on building those positive relationships with all of our students, and that is really a #1 priority. Is it an exhaustive list? I believe it is not, but we also rely on our educators' experiences and best practices that are naturally happening throughout the whole entire school day. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to Robert.
Hello, we've shared a little bit about the data, the tools we use, and I think as Michelle mentioned, our teachers are really the heart of this work. They are our experts. They lead what we call progress monitoring of our students in elementary school and across our grades. And when we talk about progress monitoring, we're talking about responsive teaching. We're talking about teachers looking at their students, collaborating together, forming summative and formative assessments to drive instruction, not just daily, but from hour to hour. And I just want to highlight a few few of the things we do to progress monitor. Some of them have been repeated, but what comes of these are a partnership within our schools. We talk about early literacy assessments when we're talking about sight words and sounds and phonemic awareness. We're thinking about where our students are at in that moment, all of the wonderful things that they can do. And then we talk about scaffolding them to the next level, always with a growth mindset. We talk about data digs with our team, as I mentioned earlier, at the building level and the team level. So throughout the year, teams and teachers come together to talk about what they're noticing, not only academically, but the social emotional wellness of our students as well. And we work to progress monitor them, moving them in positive directions. Really, we're seeing all of this really blossom right now at this part of the school year. It's a wonderful time to see our kindergartners getting ready to move into first grade. Teachers are using formative assessments, from writing journals and science and social studies journals and math journals to take a look at, where each student is each day and planning into a workshop model, which means you're teaching a whole group lesson, but you're also talking about small group instruction. And each of these teachers are thinking each day, where are my students at and how am I going to move them to the next level the next day? We have child study teams, school psychologists, social workers coming together with teachers to talk about the needs of the students. We have units of study, writing rubrics, pre and post test. Many of our teachers are such experts at pre-testing students so that we're not teaching students things they already know, but rather scaffolding work for individual students where they're at to move them to the next level. Math talks, thinking protocols, exit tickets, all to gain understanding of, did children understand the lesson taught to them that day? How am I going to help grow them later in the day or tomorrow? Running records, as mentioned earlier, give us a glimpse into the reading levels of our students, all diverse readers who are growing at different rates. Interventionists and classroom teachers are working together to talk about accelerated learning for students who at times need personalized one-on-one intensive instruction, all done in partnership to progress monitor and make sure that 12 to 20 week window is hitting the mark. We're doing a lot of great work with our special education teams, our interventionists, and our classroom teachers to align our interventions and instructions. We're using things called level literacy intervention, literacy footprints, to align our instruction, because once we're aligned, we're helping students in multiple areas of the school. If they're in the gen ed classroom or special education, they're receiving that threaded through, echoed instruction throughout the day. Our social emotional engagement, morning meetings, classroom activities drive our knowledge, as Harleen said, of that whole child experience as we're progress monitoring them. So we've provided you a holistic view of our students from data, what we notice, how we support them, and how our teachers, our wonderful teachers, are progress monitoring for growth. We appreciate your time tonight, and we appreciate you listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have a discussion. Any questions? We'll start on this side, because I always continue that way. Give you a couple moments to think of your thought. Trustee Fala?
Yep, I had already read through the presentation, so I already had some notes. So I think we talked about that. Well, I mean, it was a superintendent goal this year to put the phonics program for K through 2, right? So do we feel like going forward K through 2 is sufficient, because you mentioned that there's a need for upper elementary levels? Do we feel like the new program at K through 2 is fine enough that as these kids progress, or is there a need still for the upper elementary levels right now to have additional phonics? Because I know there's nationwide a lot of talk about what's the right way to teach literacy. There's all these discussions. I'm not of the opinion that one size fits all. I generally think it's not like this is the right way or it's taking all of the best things which we know from science and data help support kids in reading, and phonics is definitely a big part of that. So do we need more at upper levels, or do we feel like now going forward what we have is going to be good?
I think there probably isn't one
forever answer to that question. Because I think that we probably are seeing children in our upper L at this point who did not have that opportunity for the consistent phonics instruction with a dedicated program across the district. So what we have seen typically, and you know, through the examples we've given you where you identify maybe a child is stuck in their reading in 3rd grade, and you dig a little deeper and you realize that there are some fundamental building blocks, maybe with their phonemic awareness, that they either, you know, missed instruction, or, you know, perhaps there is something going on that's mitigating their ability to learn in that regard. And we do still need those phonics interventions at those upper levels at this point. Whether we need a broad systemic approach that's the extent that we have in K2, I would say if we did, it would probably be more of a shorter term than a longer term until we start to see the kids who have benefited from the K2 instruction start to rise through the ranks. And then at that point, I would hope that we would incrementally see a reduction in number of students who need that support at the upper grades.
Okay.
Would you agree?
I agree. And
Yeah.
I think that we're noticing something that we've noticed even at Eastover when we're talking with our 3rd grade teachers. They are noticing that there's a larger chunk of students that do need that intervention, but I think that's where we're identifying, looking at data, making those intervention groups, making sure that we're giving the appropriate interventions to the students that need it versus that whole like one-size-fit-all like you mentioned.
Okay, thank you. There was a note on one of the slides, slide 3 maybe, that talked about, actually let me pull it back up on my screen because I don't see it over there. Talking about an increase with student stamina. And I was curious about that, if that was that feedback from teachers saying, you know, since COVID, that's an increase? Was that prior to COVID? And then what drove that increase in stamina? Is this just kids returning, like getting more reps in essentially of being in the classroom, and they're able to have that longer stamina of being engaged in content and succeeding? Or are we doing something differently in the classrooms to produce that? Because I guess if the teachers are noticing it, then it's got to be happening if that's a consistent theme. So I was just curious where that was driven from.
Yeah. Well, ironically, we had some of that conversation today. We were all at a teacher college. We're partnering teacher college, and so we have kind of a coach expert who comes and works with us. And so today we talked a lot about stamina, and I think that we are making intentional moves in the classroom. So, you know, reading used to be maybe just 15, 20 minutes, a little bit of reading here. We go off to do something else, a little bit of reading here. But now we're intentionally setting our literacy blocks of like, this is, you know, regardless of, you know, if you're done or you think you're done, like how do we extend that stamina? So we were talking about, you know, I went into a 1st grade classroom and some of the kids were like, well, I'm done writing. So the conversation is, well, you know, let's sit down and look at this. Like, what are other ideas you can have? Maybe read with a friend, maybe write with a friend. And so we're intentionally setting those blocks. So it's not like you're done in 10 minutes and now I'm done, I'm moving on to another thing. We know that this is our set literacy time. How are we going to extend it? Another suggestion was, you know, if your students aren't ready to write for a full 30 minutes, maybe you chunk it. Maybe it's for the first 10 minutes, you're sitting with a friend, you're talking about the idea, you're brainstorming together. For 2 minutes, maybe you're drawing a picture and saying, okay, this is what my story is going to be about. Then you go back to your friend and say, hey, this is my picture. This is what I'm going to write about. Was this what, you know, what feedback do you have? Okay, the last 15 minutes, now you write. And you slowly increase that. So there are intentional moves that we're making within the classroom to increase that stamina.
Okay, and that's being repeated. Is that a standard thing? Like at every elementary school, we're doing the same things and seeing the same kind of feedback? Because I know going into some of the classrooms, the teachers were saying that, like, for whatever reason, kids sometimes are having it is stamina, having a difficult time engaging with content long enough to get a benefit. So, I mean, I'm hoping we're producing that same kind of those techniques throughout every school, and it's not just one school rising to the top for that.
Yeah, and the same thing with mathematics. Like we talked about the multiple strategies. It used to be like, okay, I solved the problem, now I'm done. Well, now talk to your neighbor about how they solved the problem. And so I think it is, I guess, and I know I sound repetitive, but it is intentional moves that the teachers are making so that we are engaging our students.
Last one, sorry, President Southward.
We're gonna come back to you again.
Okay.
We're going to move on to Trustee Hill. Hold on to that one. Trustee
I
Hill.
don't have any for now.
Trustee VanGemert.
Can I go with two
You can
as
have
well?
two. You can definitely have two.
Well, I'll start with the softball.
Almost three.
What is Orton Gillingham? It was on slide
You're up.
3 or 4.
Wow, Orton Gillingham. They are best practices for those students who have dyslexia. And it's very targeted instructional moves that might differ a little bit from what we do with reading recovery, what we're doing in the classrooms, and it's very specific to those students who maybe did not make the gains that we would have liked after perhaps reading recovery interventions or just even small group interventions. So it's very targeted. I don't know a lot about it, but the good news is we have staff members who are giving up a lot of their own personal time to be trained in it, some of our special ed staff, and I think that's phenomenal. I'm lucky enough to have a couple folks at my school who have been trained in it, and I haven't had an opportunity to observe it yet, though. And it looks like Gary wants to come up here and add to that. So, did my
Go ahead, Gary, sorry. I just saw it. I didn't know what it was either, so I mean.
I'm going to try to give you the Reader's Digest, the quick version, but Orton Gillingham is a phonics intervention that's been around since the early 1900s. It was developed by Samuel Orton and Anna Gillingham. He was a neuroscientist. Parents were coming to him because their students weren't learning how to read in the early 1900s, and he worked with like a nurse practitioner who was Anna Gillingham, and they developed this method to teach kids phonics to help them learn how to read. And it's really a multi-sensory method where it's very tactile, oral practice, very hands-on, and then also auditory. And so they incorporate all the senses. So all of your, that's what I say, is all of your senses in learning phonics and learning how to blend sounds together. And then it's readily applied to actual reading and writing so that kids can then translate that into real reading and writing in the classroom. So it's been around for a long time.
Thanks. Question number 2. With 5th grade returning to your schools in the fall, and this is a 2-part question, what conversations are you having with the principals who have those students now about what the 5th graders might need, 4th and 5th graders for some of you? And then secondarily, of course, I looked through the data. It seems to me that 5th grade math is a struggle point. Do you have any strategies for kind of bridging that gap? It looks like 4th grade's good, 6th grade's good. We struggle in 5th grade. So I guess it's like 3 questions. Sorry.
You know, you asked about what conversations we're having with middle school principals. I think the question is not only to have conversations with the middle school principals, but to talk to the teachers. We had a wonderful time at a recent professional learning with our new staffs this past week. And what I noticed about the teachers who are coming into our building is they have a lot of great ideas. They're so excited to be back in the elementary buildings, and they have a lot of knowledge around the needs of their students. And I think we're gonna see a tremendous amount of collaboration between our upper elementary teams vertically that's going to help calibrate and align the great work that's happening already in all of those grades. But in isolation, I can imagine that there are some things we can bring together and that we can standardize from grade to grade, although we were doing a great job prior. But having them in the classrooms and in our buildings will help lead us to, greater calibration across the grades. But I do think they bring in a lot of that knowledge around their student needs. In terms of your question around math, we continue. I think you asked about maybe scores related to fifth grade. Just collaborating, vertically. So having opportunities for our 5th grade teachers to talk to our 4th grade teachers, to talk about what are the needs as our 4th graders leave and move into 5th grade is going to have such a much tighter connection now and have opportunities for them to calibrate and talk about those moves in the building. And I think we're going to see a lot of growth just around that. that. And we continue to work in professional learning opportunities in our math instruction. I don't know if anyone wanted to add anything.
I'll add to that. Also looking at our MSTEP data, doing a more thorough item analysis, looking at the MSTEP crosswalks, K-5, where we're looking at possibly a standard that our students didn't perform so well in. So we'll track that standard all the way to kindergarten, and then we build on that and do a little bit more in kindergarten to build on that standard in first grade, second grade, and so on. So I think that would be another good step for us to support the instruction for fifth grade math. Okay.
Thank you. And thanks for your presentation as well, if I don't get to talk again.
Okay. Trustee Kumar, do you have any questions?
Thank you, President Southward. It's great to see the data start to trend in the upward direction, and happy to see that there's a lot of alignment between the elementary schools now. How often does this team plan to present data? Is it once a term, once every year? What's the cadence you folks anticipate going forward?
I'm trying to think of the best way to answer this, but I think we had a request 2 years ago that each building have an opportunity to present their data and then share what they're studying and what they're doing to best support all students at all levels. And then there was a request from the board that they all present together at least once a year. So that's the current cadence. So if the board has a different request, that would need to come forward through our learning services team, and then we'll make that happen.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Kira.
Yeah. Well, yes, and of course, well, that's separate. I was thinking building principal presentations or school presentations, but obviously for my kit purposes, between state assessments and then our required benchmark assessments, that's at least 3 times a year. So fall, February, and June.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I just want to add to that as well. I'm new to Bloomfield. This is my first year, and what's been wonderful and helped me get, learn about the community, the staff, students, everyone, is meeting with my colleagues, principals. We typically meet every single week, and we have an agenda. We follow our agenda. We add things. I have lots of questions. They are getting answered. And so we do branch off into conversations about data. It's not at formal meetings, but we're going to continue those, and I think we have a different focus as well, because we have a lot of changes that are happening, and we're excited about those changes, and we're going to lean on each other. So I feel like we are definitely a great team and becoming very well aligned and doing what's best for all elementary children, not just the children at Way, not just the children at Lone Pine. So I'm excited about that, and we talk about that often.
Thank you.
Trustee Colvin?
Yeah, I guess just leveraging that, could we go to the first slide? Because I guess my expectation for this meeting, there's a link there, and I would, that link here, which is just buried there, that has like 94 pages of data.
Yeah.
Broken out by building. No, but I'm saying, like, why wouldn't we go like by each building and present that, and kind of go through, like I looked at, even while I was waiting in prior slides, 5, 23, 28, 34, and 40 has each building broken out by, it's great data, but wouldn't that be what like our community would want to hear? What's going on in the buildings? What are we doing specifically? Has it broken out by subgroups? I'm just confused as to why that wasn't presented tonight.
Trustee Cullen, we can absolutely do that. Some of the feedback that we're receiving for this evening is that there were priorities on the board agenda, and so we're trying to slim up this presentation to provide you space for other topics that you had on your agenda.
What do you mean priorities from the, like we said not to do that? I'm just trying to understand when you mean priorities from the board agenda.
No, I'm telling you that my interpretation was that we were to be relatively brief and to go through and highlight for this evening to be able to give time back for other conversations that the board wanted to have. But we can certainly do that. We can put together a presentation that is more specific, or we could include that in the board update, but there would be other ways that we would do that.
Well, it is here, it's just not presented. It's like a link here.
I think the other piece too, though, Paul, is that we will get another update in June, because right now we just have the fall and winter, but the combined data presentation, where you see some of the gaps where it says like final presentation, that presentation's in June by Carrie. And typically Carrie gives us the full data presentation, and our principals kind of give us this is what we're doing, this is what where we've gone based on the data that Carrie presents.
Okay.
So I think that's what we've been doing.
I just thought my kit was about going through the data. Like, that's what I thought the point was, is going through the data. We have the data, it's a link. I thought our community would appreciate seeing the data in their buildings and not a link that, you know.
Well, I mean, they have a link to it,
Yeah.
right? And I personally, when we get inundated with data, especially being a new board member, it kind of overwhelms me, and I'm being perfectly transparent on that. That's why I think part of our board goals, our last study session, we had a conversation around, let's try and understand some of these assessments from a higher level. So I appreciate some of the context that was given here around some of this, and I think that if we have, as a board, want a deeper dive on that topic, I think we can request it.
Yeah, I think this link, it has 94 pages, but I just, in like 10 minutes, it's the elementary, which is here, is highlighted on 5 slides. And those 5 slides in this presentation would have been critical. Slides 5, 23, 28, 34, and 40. Has it broken out demographic data, all the buildings, what they're doing. Some have improved, some have, so I think that would be.
I think it's similar to what they've presented in the past too. So I think last year we had a similar presentation from the elementary schools, and they did not provide us with a deep dive. I mean, I think that the extra piece is going to prepare us for our conversation with Carrie, to be honest, in June. And so I think it was nice for us to have this piece, so it gives us a little more time to say, okay, in June we might have some more questions. Okay, we've looked at the data in fall and winter. That isn't what our principals came to give us today, and I can understand your point, but this is what historically we've requested of our principals to provide.
Yeah, because my expectation is, I looked at this in advance, I had questions based on the data, not based on, I mean, but that's fine.
Understandable.
So just a little additional detail. In the fall, we did have a full MSTEP presentation that was broken down and segregated, and we shared that out with the community and received quite a bit of feedback. And then just recently in February, we had an update with FMP and FastBridge as well. And that was broken out by building and shared, and that will be similar to what you'll see in June as well. It will be FMP and FastBridge for the last round of testing. It will not be MSTEP. MSTEP won't occur until next fall because it's once per year. And so it will come back to us this summer. It will be embargoed. We'll be able to look through the data. Once it's no longer embargoed, then there'll be a presentation in the fall that will have all that additional detail on the MSTEP. And we also, based on feedback, had the comparisons, right? So we looked at how do we do against peers in Oakland County, and we also looked statewide. And we kind of, you know, when Trustee VanGemert talks about 5th grade math, that was one of the things we shared about MSTEP. It was one of the pinch points. I believe it was 4th in the county, if I remember correctly, compared to some of the others, the majority that were either 1st or 1 or 2 was 2nd.
From our presentation.
Because this is, correct me if I'm wrong, reading through it, and I read through it, it's updated with winter data. So it does have winter data, so it is an update.
Well, we
from what we've
presented
got
that in February, and then we'll have another testing cycle, and that will be presented in June. But so we're all on the same page. It will not have MSTEP. MSTEP's fall only when we are able to share when it's no longer embargoed.
So none of the information in the slides is from what I could read, was new information. So.
All right. Okay. Again, I misinterpreted. I thought presenting data, we're going to analyze. That's fine.
That's understandable. Trustee Noble, did you have any questions?
I thought it was a great presentation, and I really appreciate your time, and I'm very excited to be in the school district because of all your hard work. Just one question about summer school. I'm just wondering how many students generally decide to take a summer class, or if you don't know that, is it typical generally?
And sign up for summer programs was actually in the newsletter that went out last week. So just so you know, I'm reading the newsletter. So in case you would like to know, that sign up was actually in the newsletter that went out on the 26th, I believe was the date. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You're
Yes,
welcome.
and registration opens for us on Monday, May 1st.
Perfect
so we
timing.
would love to have you check out those offerings. There's going to be an in-person option for kindergarten through 8th grade again this year, as well as a virtual option. We had nearly 300 students participate with us last summer over the course of 5 weeks of time on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Check the website for time because I don't want to cite it wrong in the morning. And we're very eager to welcome families back again for that experience this summer. The direct enrollment counts have stayed within that 300-ish range over the last 3 summers, I believe, although I don't have that data right at the ready this summer, or this evening, sorry.
And what are the typical subjects? Is it reading? Is it math? Or what are the typical offerings?
So we have students for about 2.5 hours of time, and with that time, we're focusing very specifically on reading skills, writing skills, mathematics, and then also building in some time for social emotional exchange. There's been some outdoor play. There's been some physical education aspects that have been included. Our summer offerings were on the heels of COVID. And so the programming was really intentional around having students interacting with one another in ways that we had been previously unable to do, all sort of at home or in school for abbreviated time. So each spring we're looking at what those offerings are, what are the experiences that seem to be best matched to the data sets that we're seeing coming out of our schools, and some of the things the principals have highlighted today we would see replicated in some of those small group settings in summer school.
And do you have any recommendations what type of student or learner you would recommend go through summer school? Or do you have any recommendations like that typically?
Yeah, so the programming that we're offering at the moment is really targeted toward continuing to build confidence, frequency, and routine for a student that ends a certain grade level, right? So if I finish 2nd grade, I'm going to expect that I come in for a period of time in the summer and spend time with 2nd grade or rising 3rd grade peers, thinking about some of those same content and skills that we practiced in 2nd grade. How do we keep fresh with those? How do we start reaching toward things that we know are coming in 3rd grade that are traditionally tricky? It's not necessarily built as a get ahead or a catch up, but rather to keep students engaged in frequency and the stamina and time with their peers. Staying sharp, I suppose, is a term that we've used in the past to kind of describe that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I believe there is research out there that shows people who continue to learn through summer tend to do better long term, but I could be wrong. I can't pinpoint any particular research, but I believe I've read that before, so I'm excited to hear about summer offerings and that capability here.
Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to Trustee Fala. And remember, you can see that in your newsletter that came out. So if you haven't had a chance to check your email, we encourage you to do so. Trustee Fowler?
Thank you. And I'm sorry to make you guys stand another minute, but to me, this was really important. Maybe I should have led with it, but your last bullet point for noticings was, as you move into the leveled system, level 3 and 4 students have an increased need for paraprofessional support in the gen ed classrooms. And I think the intent of doing this is wonderful, but I mean, I've said it before, I do have a concern about resources. And I feel like that, to me, is kind of, maybe I'm reading into it, you guys verbalizing that may be a need, that we may not have enough resources as we go forward with the leveled system, and that could be detrimental potentially. Am I reading too far into that, or?
No, I think we're still learning how the leveled system works, and it's been absolutely a learning curve for me, for my staff, and for the staff in the level 4 classroom that we've piloted at Lone Pine and West Hills. And part of the goals of shifting to a leveled model of special education is to have our students with high levels of need in special education spend significantly more time in general education. So for example, at Lone Pine this year, that has meant students who typically, the classroom that we used to call our ARP, or Academic Resource Program classroom, would travel to specials as a class. So there would be an ARP art, an ARP music, maybe an adaptive PE, and so forth. This year, those students are spending all of their specials time with the general education classroom. Now, for some students, they might not need a paraeducator to accompany them to a class like that, but others may. They may be students who are nonverbal, they may be students with physical disabilities, they may be students who have behavioral challenges, who really may not need a para at their shoulder, but the teacher may need another adult in the classroom to help manage the situation in the event that the student needs it. Are we going to be able to peel some of that back eventually as we all get better at mainstreaming students and the students themselves become more acclimated to being in general ed classrooms? Hopefully, right? That's the goal. But as we launch our leveling program district-wide next year, I would anticipate that the teachers, the general ed teachers, are going to appreciate that support because they don't necessarily have the same depth of training and experience in working with some of our high-needs students. So for example, students with autism who previously maybe went to Birmingham for their center-based program are now back in our general ed classrooms, and our teachers just, they haven't had these students in their midst before, so they're learning too the strategies and techniques that help these children be successful in general ed, and so they need that partner. The level 4 teacher wants to be able to push into classrooms and partner with teachers, which means then who's back in the room, right? So it's just a matter of many hands lighten the load in the sense of we want to provide as much support as we can to help these children be as successful as possible in general ed, so it's a positive experience for everybody. And you don't have teachers overwhelmed with it and pushing back and saying, oh my gosh, you know, I can't have Mary back in here. You know, she couldn't manage herself independently in the classroom. So this is, again, sort of one of those questions of maybe not forever, but probably at least until we all get better at you know, launching the leveled system, particularly in buildings where, like Conant, for example, where they haven't even had an ARP classroom in the past, and having students in their midst who have a much higher level of need than they're used to supporting.
Okay. Yeah, my reason for bringing it up is to make sure that, you know, something that's good intentioned, if it's not supported well, could have negative consequences, right? So we want to make sure that we've got the resources, and I guess for all of you, to make sure that we're maintaining constant communication and feedback to say, hey, we need, you know, the X, Y, or Z is not working, or the feedback from the staff is that I need another whatever type of professional it is to support this in the classroom.
Right.
Because some, you know, I know it's still new, I know we're going through it, I know we're doing a lot of learning. I mean, it's going to be difficult, but I think we've got to be very closely monitoring that because it has great benefit for every student, not just those that are receiving that. I mean, the whole classroom benefits, but we've got to be careful with how we do it, I think. So that was, I saw that note and I wanted to make sure I understood it and called out.
And just so you know, we are mindful of the sense that you have to be practical about your use of paraeducators as well. So looking at our special education para staff, not as, well, these paras are assigned to the level 3 room and these are assigned to the level 4 room and they only go with level 4 students, but looking at our paras as a whole team and how we can function most efficiently and effectively to support students and not have students miss opportunities to participate in general ed because there's no one to go with them. So having lived through a short-staffed level 4 room for most of this fall, we weren't fully staffed in there until January, and I was working as a para in the level 4 room for a good part of the fall. And so in order to help those kids be, you know, some of them have toileting needs, you know, you need an aid with them to make sure that they can get the most bang for their buck out of their time at school. And just being mindful of the best way to make that happen and not shortchanging their opportunities because you don't have a set of hands to make it happen for them. But thank you for asking.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for the presentation, everything, and all the answers to my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any other?
I just have two follow-ups. Just on that, that was an excellent question because I did hear feedback. So are we saying is if there's a level 3 or level 4 student and for whatever reason in general ed it's disruptive, there is a place for those students to go so the teacher will be supported with the rest of the students? Because I've heard numerous feedback from teachers that that's their major concern.
So yes, because there is a home base. There is a level 4 classroom for students. And to the degree that they can be successful in the general ed is the degree to which they participate in the general ed. And so there's almost like a gradual release model, right? So the teacher that we hired to come in at the beginning of this year has done an outstanding job of setting up the structures and supports and systems for her students to manage more independently and function appropriately in a special education classroom so they're not being disruptive. And also having a para who can say, okay, Mary's having a rougher time today. You know, let's head her back to the level 4 classroom so we can regroup, maybe do a social story to address a situation that maybe had happened in the general ed classroom and try again.
Okay, and then the second question, you know, looking at, you know, the slides, one of the things, we talk about all the supports for students that need it, and then one of the things we always talk about the district are for those students that are accelerated. What processes, I've been talking about this for years, have we put in place to support those students so they're not bored?
So some subjects I think are a little easier to differentiate for gifted students than other. Reading and writing come to mind very easily because you can level the text, you can raise your expectations for the types of writing that students might generate or the volume of writing that they might generate. You can provide more advanced text, you can provide more advanced comprehension questions for them, you can really push them harder. Math tends to be a little bit more linear, and you can certainly differentiate, you know, to a certain extent in the same grade classroom, but that's not, I think, as easy for a general ed elementary classroom teacher as reading and writing might be. So we do offer grade up math for students who test into it. So we do give them the end of the year assessment for the grade they would be skipping effectively, to make sure that they have a solid understanding of the concepts, they can explain their thinking, they're not missing any major foundational blocks that would impede their ability to succeed if they skipped a grade level, and then facilitating their movement to that upper grade level. And sometimes logistically that's tricky. For example, we have students in the 3rd grade at Lone Pine who are attending West Hills for math. So they ride a middle school bus to West Hills in the morning, and then they get a shuttle that brings them back to Lone Pine around 10 in the morning. Other students might be moving up at 10 a.m. to go to a 2nd grade math class, and so forth.
I know math we've really tackled as a district. So what about the other areas is the feedback I'm getting that if they're accelerating in other areas, what type of other supports outside of math? I know math we've always tried to tackle, grading up, going to middle school.
I mean, at the elementary, it really would be differentiation within the classroom. And once you get to the 6th grade, it gets a little bit easier because of the way scheduling works, that you could potentially be in a higher level class from 6th through 12th grade, given how the schedule
So there is an expectation, with obviously support, of differentiation.
Oh, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
And that's part of, you know, we talked about all of the sources of data, right, that, you know, you do want to know where your children are functioning. And, you know, none of us like being bored either, right? So when you're in school, you want to be challenged, you want to be engaged. There are as many different ways to help enrich a child's learning at school as there are children, depending on what their interests and needs are.
It's just the feedback is, right, wrong, and different, is we spend a lot of time, and I'm not saying it's not justified, for students that are struggling, but then for students that are either at par or especially students that are accelerated, we ignore them because we don't have the resources. Not because we don't want to, because we don't have the resources to spend, and we're spending most of our time.
I think if you're talking with somebody who's specifically asking for a gifted and talented program where we assess students and pull them out and put them in a different setting for gifted and talented, you are right, we don't offer that. But I don't think philosophically we necessarily believe that that's best for children either.
Okay.
Trustee VanGemert?
Quick follow-up on that, and this isn't for the principals necessarily, but some of the feedback we have gotten is that with the grade up program, there's no intermediate step, and just for the administration, LST, that type of thing, is there any thought towards like working towards something that is not a full grade up, because you're missing that instruction, you know, and in math you kind of need those steps along the way?
Absolutely. So at the May 11th study session, the agenda setting that we did last, we'll bring a K-12 mathematics conversation to the board to share some of the success stories from our elementary schools around mathematics this school year, as well as to talk about future-focused conversation and designs that we may have, not only for professional learning with our staff, but what some of those approaches might look like, not only in an elementary setting, but in a middle school and high school setting as well.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Do you want to talk? Okay, yeah, you can.
This is mostly for the public that may be watching or rewatching the recording of this session, but I just want to remind everybody, and this was shared at the February session as well, the 94-page report of all of our building data and what each building is doing to work on their goals, which is part of the MyKit process, is on our transparency dashboard, along with a 2-page, which is the quick version of the 94-page report of just every building broken down by group, and it's 2 pages, so it's much easier to read. It shows from fall to winter. That's required under the School Aid Act, Section 98B. And then also, I just want to remind people too, we have a data dashboard that we try to keep updated throughout the school year with any new data that we might have, including our state assessment data. So it's all available publicly so that people can see it at any time.
Yeah, thank you for that, Carrie. Thank you to our principals. We appreciate your presentation this evening, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Dr. Hillberry, I might come show up to your school soon. Okay, moving on to item number 8 of board business, the approval of our 2023 Board of Education goals. We also discussed these at our study session, and so I will turn it over to Trustee Hill, who has worked diligently on this particular item.
Thank you. I move the Board of Education to approve the 2023 Board of Education goals as presented.
Do we have it? It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we'll move to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, 7 so in support. Okay, we're going to move on to item 8B, approval of the amendment to the 2022-23 Board of Education meeting calendar. And so is there a motion?
I move the May 24 regular meeting be rescheduled to Thursday, May 25, and the 2022-23 Board of Education meeting calendar be amended as presented to reflect the date change.
Is there a second?
A second.
Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, we were having a conversation tonight with the Student Advisory Council, and I guess I just want to gain a better understanding, maybe Rebecca can answer for us, if this is necessary. I know that we all have had this on our calendar as the 24th for quite some time, but there's an orchestra concert on the evening of the 25th that I personally would like to attend. And if we could keep our board meeting on the 24th as it was originally scheduled, this would also, not only do I personally want to attend the orchestra concert, but some of our students on the Student Advisory Council would have a conflict with that, and we have some business that we need to wrap up with them, and they'd be available on Wednesday the 24th. So unless there's a schedule issue or something.
Yeah, I guess the fundamental question is why did we move it again?
If I remember correctly, IA graduation used to be that date, so it was a corresponding date.
May 24th?
The 25th.
It's normally the Thursday before Memorial Day weekend, so they preemptively made a board meeting on Wednesday, and then now we're trying to move it back to Thursday, and I'm just wondering if that's necessary.
My understanding is up to you as a board. The IA graduation we know is going to be the same as BHS at Pine Knob on the 4th.
Yeah.
So it is at your pleasure whether you want to keep the Wednesday or move back to the regular Thursday.
So I'm confused. So the 24th is the IA graduation?
No.
The 25th?
Historically, it's been on that day.
Okay.
And so that's
they
why
have
it
a
was
meeting
on
the
calendar.
24th. Okay.
Well, the calendar was set last year, from what I understood.
Correct.
And so because of that, IA's graduation was typically on that day. And that's why we moved it to that Wednesday. And so we found out the IA graduation is on the same day, June 4th.
Sunday, June 4th, right?
Correct.
And so at 4:00 p.m., is that the time?
Yes. The afternoon.
Correct.
Yes, I have all these
Because
times and dates in my
BHS is
head.
at 1 p.m.
Yes.
If you remember, 2 years prior, we had to adjust that at a board meeting because we had a board meeting scheduled on the graduation date of IA. So Rebecca, doing the wonderful job she always does, made sure that it wouldn't be a conflict, but then we're actually saving.
So ours is the afternoon, and
I
then
believe
theirs
1
is
p.m.
it's obviously up at,
You're so smart.
and theirs
Right.
is at the Opera House. Right?
No,
it's not.
both will be at Pine Knob.
Both will be-
So please pack a lunch.
Okay.
We're going to be there for a while on the 4th.
Got it.
And then
About 8 hours.
So
Trustee VanGemert has another
Yes,
point.
Trustee VanGemert.
the other thing is that we were invited to the PTIA meeting on the 24th, which is at 7, so we have conflicts all over.
We have conflicts all over. We've had it on, my personal preference is to attend something directly going on with the kids, to Ms. Hilberry's comment earlier about needing to see some of the bright side of things that are going on. I'm not implying that there's nothing bright about that meeting, but I want to personally spend as much time being in our schools and seeing them in action. And it's, to me, I would like to see that concert personally, and we've had this on the schedule for the 24th. I don't see any reason to move it. I don't, if that's where it is now, I don't see a compelling reason to move it to the 25th.
I think the proposal was probably sent forward because of the ceremony, commencement ceremony being changed. But if we don't want to change the date, we don't have to.
I was really hoping to go to the International Academy meeting, though.
No, we don't have public comment right now.
So if we keep it on the, if we,
Well,
Tuesday work?
maybe we can work that out. It sounds like people
We
are
don't have
willing to
public
work
comment
it
going
out.
on right now.
Does Tuesday work?
I mean, just for me.
Tuesday the 23rd.
so
Tuesday the
Tuesday the 23rd there is a motion to amend the motion to possibly changing the date from the 24th to the 23rd, which is Tuesday. Is there a second?
I can second it.
Is that a conflict for
Made the
you?
motion.
I mean, I don't know my count, right? I don't know what's going on.
I just, we've had it on the calendar as the 24th. That's what we've all collectively had for many months, since December, I think that's the way it's been on our calendar. I personally am a fan of leaving it as is on the 24th.
I mean, we amended it to get to this point. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter to me, but.
Yeah, I mean,
To Paul's point, I don't have off the top of my head my personal calendar. I know in my personal calendar, the 24th has been marked since December, and I know it's clear.
So we do have a study session on that day before. So if we could maybe let's table this discussion, and so we can maybe think about how we can support our invitation to the PTA as well as the students at the high school. So possibly if we can come back to the 11th, our meeting I think is on the 11th, and decide if there is a Monday or that Tuesday that week that we can maybe do the meeting on the 22nd or the 23rd to maybe be able to support both invitations. Is that a possibility?
well, and I also
That way you
heard,
can
and I
put
also
your
heard,
calendar.
not that we should be interacting with the public, that
I didn't
the meeting
interact.
on the
There was
20th.
no interaction with the public.
No,
It
I'm
was
saying,
simple.
what I heard is that even if we kept it 24th, based on our calendar, that maybe there'd be and I don't know, maybe there's students involved, flexibility on the PTIA meeting being moved.
The concern I have is that we all frequently have conflicts on Thursday evening. There's a lot of school events that are held on Thursday evenings that we're all missing. And if we get in the business of trying to move things around because of different events, it's going to be a never-ending chasing our tail, trying to figure out the right date. So that's why I'm a proponent of, if it's been set since December, we keep it. Well, I'm sorry, I think it was set previously, but
But that reason has changed, the reason why it was moved. So that's why I don't think we need to change it.
Are there any other
I'm
discussions?
okay with keeping it or changing it. I really have no opinion. I'm sure we can work out the other meetings that are proposed, like the PTIA meeting. I'm sure we can work out a compromise there.
All right, so I think we need to take a vote on whether we leave it as is or table it to discuss further at our next study session. Is that fair?
So if there's no other discussion? Okay, so the motion is to, currently that's on the table, is for rescheduling. So we are voting to either be in support of the rescheduling of the meeting or not to be in support of, so that you know what you're voting on. And given that, we'll do a roll call vote, since there is some differences in opinion. So you're voting whether or not you support to move the 24th regular meeting to the 25th.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
Was there an administrative reason that it was going to be moved back, other than the fact that we could now?
My understanding is just to make it consistent with other days we have board meetings.
Okay.
Am I missing anything?
We may have some agenda changes, but we can talk about that at the study session. Like recognition, for example. All of our soccer team has been coordinated for the 25th based on that. So recognition might be an agenda item topic change. On the 11th, should you vote to move it, to keep it on the 24th instead of moving it to the 25th?
I get it. I just.
So, correct me.
So there's further discussion. So.
Sorry.
So I'm glad we did not. I mean, like I don't want to end the conversation without having all talks happening.
Prior.
They've been coordinated to attend on the 25th.
But it's been scheduled for the 24th, right? Since.
So you scheduled, did you schedule it anticipating we would vote yes?
I scheduled it based on what was on my calendar, which is Thursday the 25th.
Okay.
And so that was, we can change it. We can try to coordinate with them to change it. That is what is reflected on the calendar that I'm looking at as far as the district goes.
Oh, so they've been, I'm just saying, I want to understand for myself. So they've been told the 25th and they have it in their calendar.
The soccer team has been told the 25th. Durecka has been told the 25th.
Oh. All right, so I get it. Okay, I understand.
So there was reason.
So, okay, so I'm in support of if people have been told and they have it in their calendar, right, wrong, and different, whether they should have been, then I think we need to either, well, I don't know what we're doing now, keep it the 25th or change it to the 25th.
Yeah, I just think in the future, because this is the date that's been, the 24th has been the date that's picked, and I know it deviated from Thursdays, and ideally we go back to a Thursday, but I just think it's best practice that when we set a date, we don't try and move it around based on ranking priorities of other district events that we want to attend. So that was my whole thing, is that that's what the 24th has been out there publicly on our calendar for a long time, and I was personally a fan of keeping it. But
and I get that, and I was about to change until I realized that we have commitments from groups on the 25th now on their calendar, which is very difficult, as you can tell, like, tonight to get, a bunch. So if they have it in their calendar, that's going to be impossible. And that's going to be hard to tell them to move a day. They could probably, like our soccer team, could have a soccer game the day before, all we know. So that's fine. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to do roll call vote. Trustee Fowler? Are you in favor of the change?
Repeat the motion.
The motion?
Or repeat what?
What is
what am I voting?
What does yes mean? Does yes mean the 25th or the 24th?
So as it's written, because
the motion
we were
as it is written, there was no. It was not seconded. That's why there was no change.
Got it. Okay. So yes.
Okay. Trustee Hill?
I mean, Paul got me on the scheduling. And if other schedules have been set according to that, I want to make sure that that stays intact. So yes, I will vote to move it to the 25th, but I hope we don't do this again.
Yeah, so mistakes happen. Trustee VanGemert?
Yes.
Trustee, I thought you were saying yes to something.
I'm a yes.
Trustee Colin?
Colin.
I was going to say Kumar.
Yeah.
He said yes before.
Sometimes I'd probably rather be civil than myself, but yes.
Trustee Noble?
I'm just going to abstain because I could go either way, and my calendar's free, so.
I don't think you can abstain.
It doesn't matter, so it's going to be it's either a yes or a no vote.
No.
Okay, and I'm a yes. And it's 6-1, so it passes. So we will be moving the meeting to that Thursday to reflect, to support the students. Okay, moving on to item 8C, our Community Partners Committee, which is led by Trustee Fella and co-led by Trustee Colin.
Yeah, so, and Paul, feel free to jump in whenever, but basically, at the study session, we talked about this initiative to create a community partnership committee, and Paul and I have talked. I've talked to many people, and in fact, years ago, we had a community partnership committee back in 08, 09 as well. And so I think it's something that, it's important. I won't go through everything, but talking about why, some of the goals behind why are we doing this. This is not simply trying to come up with a board response to the assembly. This is, if you look back, I think in January or February, in our board goals, one of the goals I had placed on there was exactly this committee. And the same reasons then are the same reasons now. So we want to establish, develop trust within our community, having that kind of trust between administration, community, board, and community, but also within those community groups, trust within those groups that we're all working towards the same common goals. Communication, being able to have more efficient, frequent communication, and alerting the district sooner. Sometimes the community might know about issues that could arise faster than the administration will. And it's important to have those voices say what they're seeing and what they're noticing. The ability to have action. So as this group works together and finds positive things that we can work on together, to be able to take that to the board, work with the board, and work with the administration, potentially policy changes, process changes, projects, whatever it may be. And then lastly, the goal of all of this, because at the end of the day, this is about students. So we're looking at, as a community group, how do we improve the individual academic goals of outcomes of every student, and then how do we make sure when they go to school, they're in a safe environment? I mean, those are always our two overarching goals, and that's no different with this. So really where we're at now is Paul and I have talked, and we are at the point now we're going to work on developing an application process, because the point of this is not for us to handpick who we think should be in this. We want to reach out to the community and find out who are those individuals that would like to participate in this. And based on that feedback, we'll be able to evaluate kind of, if we get a lot of people, there might be a longer process to go through that and figure out. We can't have a group of 50 or 100, but a group of 10 to 12 maybe ideally is where we're at. So we're going to build that application. We want to work with the rest of the board here to help us build some of those questions on the application. How do we kind of curate a group that will have diverse representation, different skill sets, different levels of children if they have them in the community, different, maybe it's faith-based leadership, whatever it may be, we want to get a broad range of people in it. So that's really where we're at now, is we'll work with this group to develop the application questions, put the application together. The reality is, if we got this all done, we would hurry up and try to get done, and school's over. So what we're talking about probably is working, get the application done by the end of the school year, work with our communications team to get that pushed out on the website, via social media, via email, make sure that everybody in the community knows that this is a possible thing that they can get involved in. Here's what we're trying to do. We will put together a more formal presentation of what I'm talking about, put that on the website so it's very visible. And then we've got basically from the end of school year to the start of the new school year to gather that feedback from the community in terms of applications and really select it. And then start the school year off with, I don't want, and Paul doesn't want to come to the table to say, here are the goals. We want to work with the community to establish what are it may take a session or two, but what are these pivotal things that if we work on together will positively impact the district and ultimately our students. And so we don't want to come to the table with goals. We want to work with the community so that we're kind of just going to build this group, and then from that, we'll establish what the goals, vision, and all of that will look like. So that's really where we're at in terms of timing. And then we'll partner, obviously, with the district after to make sure that as we progress forward, we will produce updates for the community via social media, via the website, email, and make sure that as we tackle a project and hopefully succeed, that we can share that and we can, show the progress, the positive outcomes of what this has done. So that's kind of where we're at. I think next steps, Paul, is to get with the rest of the board, gather common questions that we want on the application, and then work with the communications team to get that out to the community.
Is there any discussion?
So this is a program that you're already at the stage of trying to draft an application process. I guess I don't understand where we're at as a board in terms of agreement on, any board members can go on their personal time, go do whatever they want and organize whatever they want. I guess I'm just trying to understand, are we looking to have this be a board endorsed thing, or is it something that board members are taking on independently?
No, so from my understanding, right, so, one of the goals is to connect more with the community. Michelle asked me and Tarek to start this community partnership, so to your point, and if we need to have further discussions, if we're the board as a whole, we're not comfortable with this, then maybe we need to have a discussion, yes, it would be board endorsed. So the board members with community members through this application process would come to consensus on a couple of items per year that we would discuss and tackle, and then, come back and make recommendations. So if it's not board endorsed, then maybe we need to have more discussion on it.
I'm not saying, I think the study session is the first we heard of this, and now we're already talking about application processes. So at the study session, I thought that we're going to start talking about this general idea. So for me personally, skipping to an application process before we've even seen any sort of written parameters and framework around what this looks like, I just feel like we've skipped a major step.
So I guess at the last meeting, the committee introduced some of the steps in which they'd like to take. So today we're just having, from what I understand, a conversation around what that could look like. And so if there's things that, as a board, maybe we don't understand or like what they're presenting, I think this is a good time for us to say, are we going in the right direction, to give them feedback before they actually start. And I think the application, from what I understand, is to make sure community members have a chance to be present on the committee, if that's not what I'm understanding, to allow for there to be an equal chance for people to engage on this particular venture, should I say.
So to Megan's point, what me and Tarek talked about is this application, to what I think you're asking, this application process, how we as a group frame the questions and frame, right, when it goes out, what is the purpose of this, that is the next step. So the next step is, what do we want out of this? And through questions and through how we're going to disseminate it to the community is how we're going to frame what this partnership is. So that's what we're asking at this point, is between now and the end of the year, we as a board discuss the questions, what do we want to accomplish, and then by sometime in the between now and the end of the year, that application goes out with all of us endorsing it.
Okay, so it's less at the application stage and more at effect gathering stage to try and get feedback on what people are looking for out of this.
And then obviously,
because various groups have given this, have spoken up and made this request in various forums. It is one of our board goals to engage in community interaction more, but I think what I'm hearing is that we're trying to get more information on specifically what it'll look like, because I don't want to ask people to apply to be a part of something that we don't have a clear definition around what it even is.
No, but and then in conjunction, the next step would be, once we have that clarity and get all of our questions, then we'll be ready to go to release the application process with the help of communications.
What are people exactly applying to? I'm very confused.
Well, that's what we're a community partnership to discuss items in the district that come to us, almost like sort of like when you look at the board intern. The board intern, right? Student voice on what they see as issues that we may not see. So community, what they may see.
public education, hopefully, and not just like any kind of topic.
Well, no, of course, it's no.
So what we found, and
from a
not to
district
interrupt you,
perspective.
Paul, what we found in the feedback, and it was in representation of many board members, indicated they wanted to have something in addition to the coffee talks. And so we found that coffee talks was not necessarily something that had a lot of substance and didn't really give us enough connection and real, true feedback from what our community and our parents really wanted to see. And so from that, Trustee Fowler came up with this idea. And so as we are just having board conversations about what that can really look like, I think we're trying to get to that point of what it should be. And I think the coffee talks was what we didn't want to go down, so.
Yeah, and again, it's not something, that, we're sending out an application tomorrow, and I think Tarek indicated, right, we want feedback on what it's going to look like, what the program's going to look like, and then by the end of the year, hopefully, unless, we don't come to consensus, we'll send out the application. What we don't want is, we want to get feedback. And the first place we don't want to get feedback, as an example, what I heard tonight, maybe or not misinterpreted, is like at public comment, right? If there's concerns from, let's just say, the IA community, right? And if someone is on this partnership from the, we would hear about it. And I'm not saying there's a concern, I'm just saying if there are things, sometimes the first time we hear about it is at public comment. And that's what we want to avoid.
I mean, I talked about this last time. The point of this is that there's intent. There's intent behind what we're doing. A coffee talk is an open door, talk to me about whatever, and then we walk away, but it's no different than somebody saying an email. If I get a group of people together that have varying degrees of skills, that from a diverse background, that have, maybe they don't even have kids in the district, whatever it may be, and I put them in a room and we talk about things that are happening within our school district, we've got a pretty intelligent and brilliant community that we've got to draw from, that is motivated and wants to help out. I think that's the point. And it's not to go through like every session just, we're going to vent. No, the point is we're going to come together and figure out what are these common things that we see, and can we develop just one thing maybe to start and say, this is the one thing we're going to tackle, we're going to work together. It may involve any number of tools, workshops, working together to develop new policy or adapt existing policy processes, whatever it is. The goal is to make sure the community's involved because they've got some great ideas, and sometimes I don't feel like it's no one's fault, but we don't have a cohesive way of getting that feedback, putting it together in one thing, and then taking an action and saying, all right, let's see this through. We get feedback, and then sometimes it's like, we've got so many other things to tackle. If we would have a group that could just take care of one thing, work together, and impact the community at large, I mean, that's my intent, and the way I understood it from back in 08 and 09 was that was largely what was taking place as well.
Yeah, it helped to make, all right, it helped shape some of the decisions, right, from the new high school, from a lot of the decisions that happened. Listen, we always want community feedback, and to Michelle's point, the coffee talks, right, we all attended it. Unless you have specific items, it was like one person here, one person there, and it wasn't hitting the mark. And as a board goal, we want to connect with the community more, best ways we can, and an idea that it came about, and I personally think it's a great idea. This is probably the best way to do this at this point.
What I'm hearing and what is also kind of my thought on this is that I'd like to hear what the parameters are, what the structure is around this, in that I don't want to just go out to the community and have the committee select whatever item they think is the best of the bunch or whatever. I want to have a structure as to how we engage and what outcomes we are attending. I guess it feels too loose. Like it needs more structure.
Yeah, well, no, it feels right. It feels like an initial idea. Anytime you have an idea, it's loose.
Yeah.
And what we're asking for, and maybe we didn't articulate it as well, is all of us to help structure it before the application goes out. Right? So, I mean, you have an idea, and then you structure it, and then by the time the application goes out, which is not tomorrow, right? It's going to be before the end of the year. We will have this hammered out and structured in conversations, but we're presenting right now is the vision down the road, and we will structure it to meet the needs of the board.
Yeah, this does tie in with one of our major board goals. So with that in mind, that's a goal for all of 2023. So we don't need to rush through it, but I understand the intent behind it, and I appreciate the work you've put in so far to start the conversation. As long as we're not talking about drafting applications to something that I don't know what it is, as long as it's what you just said, I think that's a conversation we can continue at the
drafted anything yet.
Next study session.
I don't think we have the bandwidth right now with what's going on to draft anything
I
at this
think
point.
one thing, I'm going to reach out to those that were involved architecting in the past, like what worked, what didn't work, what were your parameters, what were your framework for that. We can go through that. I mean, I've kind of intentionally left it a little loose at the beginning with Paul because I also don't want to bound this to the point when we go to the community, we say, well, this is all we can talk about, and these are the only things we can do. So I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to get to a point where, yes, we do need to have a little bit of structure. We do need to figure out what are the things that we could even affect, but within a degree that people feel comfortable bringing things up in that group, concerns, ideas, things like that. But I hear you. I get the feedback, and we can go back and analyze that.
But one thing me and Tarek did talk about, which is important to your point about structure, sorry, I don't know, were you about to say something?
No.
I jumped in, is we need, one thing that's critical that I've noticed, we've all noticed in community forums, we're looking for very good, and it's not us, trust me, facilitate, like when we eventually get to that point, we need to have real critical, really great facilitators wherever, right? You just can't have, as we're all witnessed it, a bunch of people in a room throw out a topic and then see it. You're going to have real structured facilitators to do this when we get to that point. That's what I've noticed in being in different community structure forums. Non-facilitators versus really good facilitators. Really good facilitators get things done. Non-facilitators, it becomes what it becomes.
Right.
Is there any other discussion? Okay. Thank you both. All right, so we're going to take a brief break for
coffee, donuts.
A brief break. So items D and E, we have two gentlemen.
We're gonna take a break first.
But my point is, we received a third proposal. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see it till just before the meeting. So I'd like to amend the agenda to include that proposal, right?
Before
because
we
have
leave.
D and E, right?
Sure.
So I'd like to amend the agenda to introduce item F as a superintendent search firm presentation or proposal from HYA, who are out of Illinois and Wisconsin, I believe.
Are we taking a break?
So there, after a moment, there is a motion on the table to include the search firm
HYA,
Hazard, Young, and Ate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
so I'd like to introduce that as item F.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Wait, any discussion? Okay. So, and then F will come to G.
To G, right?
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
At this time, thank you for that, Siva. We will take a break for 5 minutes and reconvene.
Thank you.
Call the Bloomfield Hills Board of Education meeting back to order. The time is 8:59, and we are proceeding to item 8D as in David. We're going to be hearing from the superintendent search firm, and our presentation interview is from John Saveri, almost there, from the Michigan Leadership Institute. Thank you, John. Saveri.
First and foremost, thanks for inviting me to be here on behalf of the Michigan Leadership Institute. We really appreciate the opportunity to present to you tonight. So I know that you received from us a written proposal as well, which will include a lot of the details that it's important for you to know. I'm going to obviously not get into quite that much detail in the presentation just due to time, but just know that there are additional details there at your disposal as well. So a little bit about me. I'm a longtime educator, former teacher, counselor, assistant superintendent, HR director, principal. I was superintendent of the Marysville Public Schools in St. Clair County. It's next to Port Huron, if you're not familiar. And then I was also superintendent in a place that you are familiar with, Waterford. Retired from there in 2015 and have been working with the Michigan Leadership Institute ever since, doing a wide variety of things. But first and foremost, the thing that we're best known for and kind of made our mark with is superintendent searches. And in this time, I've done at least 30 of them. I'm going to say in the ballpark of 30 to 35, all throughout Southeast Michigan. So, pleasure to be here, and I'm going to start out jumping right into, because this is a really important thing for you to know, what a sample timeline might look like for you that will include the components of a search as well. So I'll go through all of this, and before I move on, I'll give you the chance to ask any questions on this part that you might have. So roughly, we're looking at a 3 to 3.5 month process. Know that we would have the opportunity to talk about this, and it wouldn't necessarily need to look exactly like this, but this is a good ballpark in terms of the timing of it. So the very first thing we would need to do is schedule a meeting where we would all get together, the 7 of you and me, to talk about the parameters of the search. We'd go over it in great detail. Most critically, I would come with a draft timeline, and we would go through that kind of painstakingly and making sure to coordinate calendars and set dates that everybody can live with, where we're all available and in a way we can make work. And obviously, we want to be as efficient with that as possible, too, and get to the finish line as soon as possible, while doing a very thorough search and not kind of skimping on the process. We certainly want to do it with fidelity. We would do so. That's the very first step. So once we do that, we would take a couple of weeks to meet typically with designated stakeholder groups, and that can mean, quite often it means staff members, parents, community members, high school students. It can be community leaders. I would take my cue from you on that in terms of the groups that you would like me to work with. So those would be face-to-face meetings, and we would put an online survey out if you desired, where we'd ask the same types of things. We're looking to get feedback on the characteristics that you're looking for in your next superintendent, as well as some things about the district that that really stand out that we can include for recruitment purposes in the posting. So we would create from that a candidate profile and a bit of a district and community profile as well, which would be part of a comprehensive position announcement that we would put together during this time too, partially based on that feedback. Once that's all together, I would get that to you so that you could review it, give me any feedback that you have, any tweaks that we may need to make before we go public with that. So about 3 weeks into the process, we'd be ready to post. Once we do that, typically we have the posting out for about a 5-week period. We can talk about that at the first meeting, and if we needed to do something a little bit different, we certainly could do so. I wouldn't want to go a ton shorter than that, but we could talk about that if it would meet your needs to shorten up on that a little bit. But during that time, we post a position on numerous professional sites throughout the state of Michigan. We can do so nationally too. There's an additional fee for the national searches only to cover the actual cost of doing the national search as well. Again, that's something we would talk about at that initial meeting. You wouldn't need to make a decision prior to that. But throughout the state, it goes everywhere. Anybody who aspires to be a superintendent in the state of Michigan will see this posting, and they will know exactly where to look. I would say, frankly, too, if you're an out-of-state candidate and you are desiring to come to Michigan and looking for a superintendency, you know which state sites to go to find these types of postings, too. So this will get out there far and wide. We would be accepting applications until 4:00 p.m. on the agreed-upon final date. During this time, it's a quiet time for you. I'm not sharing applications with you due to confidentiality reasons, but I would be reviewing the applicants, making contacts with many of the applicants, asking questions, doing some screening. We can't do formal reference checks yet because typically they will ask that their applications stay confidential. But informally, we do anything from internet searches, simple internet searches, to this is where the networking that we have at our disposal really comes in handy too. Chances are we're going to probably know many of the people who apply. Chances are they may have been involved in other searches and we've already vetted them. But through our professional contacts, through one way or another, we'll very likely have an opportunity to learn some things about those folks before we share the applications with you. So once that's done, we would schedule a meeting where I would present those applicants to you. We share all of the applications with you. We do group them for you just for efficiency. So we go into closed session, again, because they've asked that the applications be confidential. And per the Open Meetings Act, that's one of the exceptions where you can go into closed session. So I would share all of the applications with you. I would put them into 3 groupings for efficiency and to try to make that portion of this a little bit easier for you. The top portion being those folks who most closely match your candidate profile and who have the most relevant experience. A middle group where these certainly would be qualified people too, who you may want to consider, maybe not quite as much experience as the other folks in the first group, but certainly worth giving some consideration to. The third group, which they would still be folks that you could tap if you were interested, but those would be the individuals who, in my estimation, either wouldn't meet the basic qualifications or there's a red flag or something about them that might want to have you focus on those first 2 groups. Just to be helpful, but know that it's going to be totally up to you folks to pick any of those candidates that you would like to advance. So information only in closed session, come back into open session. That's when you're going to identify which of those candidates you'd like to interview. Typically in the first round it's 4 to 6, but I don't tell you that there's a minimum or a maximum. It's just a little bit uncanny, having done, again, dozens of these searches, that virtually always it ends up being 4 to 6. Right? But if you only find 3 that you're interested in, for example, that's who you can invite. If there are 7 that you really have a keen interest in, we would make that work. It's whatever you really need. The most important thing is that you identify the folks that you believe could be viable candidates and that you'd really like to get to know a little bit better to see if you might want to advance them further. So, and then during that time, I would start the formal reference checks. Now I'm able to do that because those candidates no longer have confidentiality. Their names are public. So that's when I can start to do the formal reference checks, which would include references that they provide, but it would include others too. We never limit it just to the names that they give us. So during this time period too, following that meeting, typically the next week, we would go through and start the first round interviews. We normally do 2 per night. Our interviews are pretty intensive as compared to some of the other firms. First round can be up to 90 minutes each. So if you do 2 of those per night, you're already over 3 hours, and it can be a little bit taxing if you try to stretch it further, but I would take my cues from you. Typically, we would do 2. So if you have 6 candidates, for example, 3 nights of interviews, 2 on each night, we recommend that you then come back for another night to make the decision as to who you want to advance, to take the time to step away, reflect, review the materials again if you need to, and really give some thought to, now that we've gotten to know these candidates better, who is it that we'd like to advance. Part of the reason too is that we're also giving audience members the opportunity to provide feedback. And so they would be able to respond by forums, or if you're streaming the meeting and wanted to give people who are watching that way the opportunity, we could provide a link where they could give feedback that way too. And so one of the reasons we think it's advisable to step away is that you have ample opportunity then to look at all of the feedback that you've received on the candidates as well. So typically, again, when you're talking about finalists, you're going to narrow the field down to 2 to 3. We're going to hope that you can get it down to 2. That's ideal, but we do find sometimes that the board is having a tough time differentiating between 3 candidates, and which is fine, that we would bring them all back. And then the following week, we would get into finalist interviews. Those interviews typically are up to 80 minutes. That would include a presentation of generally about 20 minutes, and then a second interview that would be about 60, roughly. So each finalist would do a presentation and then go through a second interview. During the course of the day, we separate those, so you wouldn't have the finalists come on the same night. Each of the finalists, though, spends the day in the district, and we would provide the opportunity for your stakeholder groups, the same types of groups that would have provided feedback up front, to come in and meet with each of the finalists and interact, ask questions, and then provide you with additional written feedback based on that experience that you can consider before you make your final decision. So yet another opportunity to get your stakeholders involved in the process, which we value, and I believe that you do too. So then we get into weeks 12 to 14 where we're finalizing this, and we normally talk about one of two options that are available to you as an additional step, one being a site visit where you, a subcommittee of the board, no more than 3, would go to the work sites of each of the finalists. They have the opportunity to interact with stakeholder groups there and ask questions and kind of get a sense of these folks in a way that you can't just from a simple interview. Many of the boards that I've worked with who have done that, I like to ask for feedback because I want to know if there's value there. And typically, they have said that there's great value and that it can be very enlightening. I've had boards tell me before that that was absolutely the difference maker in the process for them. So that would be one option. Another option would be, which might be a little bit tricky given the timing of this, given that we're going to be into the summer, but we can give the option too of having the finalists come into the district, have some of you folks take them on a tour, take them through the district, give them a chance to interact with some of your staff members, and do kind of an evening meet and greet too, where you invite community members and they would have a chance to interact, and you would have a chance to get feedback from that as well. So again, that's one of those things that we would talk about as we were into the process, and you can make a decision then. Finally, you're going to make a selection between those finalists. You come to a meeting, and I would lead you through a process that would, I think, is relatively painless. It's a huge decision, but the process lends itself to a collaborative decision that typically reflects the will of the board. And all that's left to do at that point, so you're going to formally select the person that you'd like to be your next superintendent. All that's left to do at that point is to negotiate terms of the contract. Once you have that worked out, you would then formally, and it could be at a regularly scheduled meeting or a special meeting, you would take action to officially appoint the new leader. So again, from start to finish, you're looking at roughly 14 weeks. But again, at the start, that's one of those things at our very first meeting that we would work out and modify that timeline in the way that we need to. So before I go any further with this, I'm guessing you might have questions about process and timing.
I have a question. So in your proposal, you gave fees in addition. So let's just say you go through the process, and I don't know what week it is. We look at the application, and then we want to, right? This is a very important role. We want to go back into the pool. Is that covered, in your scope? If what you provide us and what we end up interviewing is not what we're looking for, not matches our profile candidate, we want to go back in the pool and take time and find the right person?
I would not only say go back into the pool, whatever we would need to do. If it meant reposting, if it meant additional recruitment, whatever it might mean, we're not done until the job is completed. So we wouldn't be coming back to you, in other words, and I think that's what you're getting at, and saying, okay, here's the additional fee that we would charge for that. The fee is what it is, and the fee covers the process that ends with you selecting your next superintendent. So until that happens, we're not finished, and that fee covers whatever we would need to do.
And then my second question is from an innovative point, like what's innovative that differentiate you from other firms in terms of getting, we've been through, at least I was as a board member, been through the previous process in terms of there's a database, but what innovative things does your firm do that distinguish yourself that everyone else will say they're going to do to get the best candidates?
That's a great question. So I'm going to ask you to hang in there for a minute, because that's a big piece of this presentation, is to talk about what may differentiate us from others. Okay. So I'm going to get to that. Part of the thing I would want to tell you, though, before I get into that, is I think that's actually a really critical point, because when you look at the basics of a search process, you're not going to find huge differences between any of the firms, I don't believe. Fundamentally, we're all doing similar things in terms of getting you from beginning to end through a search, right? So, so let me move on to that. The one additional thing, well, let me go back to this. Speaking of the fee, we want to be upfront with this too. You see it in front of you in our proposal, but to be public about it, $8,200, which covers all parts of the search. Again, the only additional fees would be if you choose to go national with the posting. And one other piece that I'm going to get to momentarily. But those are both choices that you would make when we get to that first meeting. And again, that covers everything associated with the search. Any expenses that we may bill, there's a cap to that. It may be some basic printing costs during the course of this, but fundamentally that's going to be mileage. And typically when we set that, generally it comes in pretty well under that. For me, when it comes to mileage, I'm not driving too far. I live in Rochester, I'm in Oakland County, so I'm pretty close to you folks, and that doesn't become a big issue. Here's our guarantee, which partially gets to the question that was asked too. If we endorse the candidacy of the selected candidate, and you hire this person, and then he or she chooses to leave the district within the first year of employment, if it's anything other than that person's health or the health of an immediate family member, I would come back and we would go through another search process at no additional fee. So that previous fee would still cover that additional search. The only thing additional we would charge would be any additional expenses, which again basically is going to be mileage and perhaps some simple copying.
Question, and I don't want to lose sight of the last time we did this. Who would be assigned to us?
That would be me.
You.
I would be the person assigned, yeah.
Okay.
We think it's important when we do these presentations, whenever possible, that the person you're interacting with is the person you're going to spend time with. So you want to have a certain comfort level, I'm quite sure, and that's part of your decision making. It would be me. I'll get to this again a little bit later in the presentation, but before I forget, know though too that I have the resources of the entire organization, and it's very much a collaborative process. So everybody in the organization, we assist one another with these searches. Everybody within the organization, the Michigan Leadership Institute is comprised all of former superintendents, all of us. So we all have that level of experience. It's spread throughout the state.
I'm sorry,
That's
but
okay.
I just remember from the last. So in terms of your bandwidth, right, you're assigned to us.
Yeah.
We just thought that, whatever, our timeline is, it's going to be in that. What other projects do you have working on? How much of your time is going to be dedicated to this search?
So here's what when we agree to the timeline and we put those dates on the calendar, I immediately put those dates in my calendar, and those become non-negotiable. Those aren't up for, so in other words, once I have those dates for you in my calendar, if another district comes and wants me to assist with a search or with strategic planning, whatever the case might be, those simply become unavailable dates to everybody else. They're yours, and I'm committed to those.
Okay.
So I would not budge on those at all.
Okay.
Okay. Then the last extra, if you chose to go this route, is through Hewlings and Associates. It's basically a kind of a personality inventory that we could do that would give you some additional info that might help you determine fit. Now, I will tell you, this is a relatively new service that we provide, and to be totally transparent, I have yet to have a board opt for this and have this be part of a search, so I cannot tell you firsthand how much you might benefit from this or how valuable it would be. I will tell you the organization has experience with it. The organization feels that it is of great value, but it would be totally up to you folks. And again, this is something we would talk about in greater depth when we had that first planning meeting. We would talk about it in greater detail, and you can make a decision at that time. Do you want to add this to the search, or would you rather pass on it? Just know that that's going to be available to you.
I was going to ask a question about this because I read through, and correct me if I'm wrong, but as you craft a candidate profile, as we work collaboratively to craft a candidate profile, but then also we've got enough information about a candidate. I guess I'm trying to, we don't have to talk about it now, but I would assume that the fit would already, like, you wouldn't recommend a candidate that doesn't have the attributes of a profile we're looking for, and you wouldn't suggest a candidate that wouldn't fit based on who they are within our district and what our needs are. So
I would agree with that, and yet the intent here is that this is going to share some insights into the candidates that might not be there on the surface for all to see, right? So I think if you wanted to dig a little bit deeper and again through kind of a more formal personality inventory that may tell you things about somebody in terms of how they may fit into the organization, how they may interact with others, leadership style, et cetera. Potentially, it's going to share information that no matter how many resources I check or references, and no matter how much I dig, no matter how much you learn about these candidates through interviews, et cetera, those are things that may not be evident, right? So it's something that when the time comes, we'll discuss, and you may want to consider that, but it's going to be a take it or leave it for you.
Okay, thanks.
You know, sometimes you do an application and there's like a 25 question. If you go this way, it's a Likert scale.
I hate those things.
Yeah. You pick the wrong word, it tells you a little bit more. I think that's pretty much a psychological assessment to see how you respond to certain situations.
Everything you get is the more data points you get on candidates, I think, the more you know about them,
I hate those
the better chance you have to get this right. I think fundamentally that's the theory, right?
So we don't have to go that route.
So let me get to the why. Why us? Part of it goes back to what our logo says: developing, deploying, and supporting outstanding leaders. That's what we do. We are a leadership organization. We're all about leaderships. We are all leaders within the organization. We've all been in the role. So we think we're uniquely situated to assist with a process like this, not only at the beginning, when you are looking to fill a position in terms of recruitment, assessment of candidates, et cetera, but even after the fact. We're there to support the new superintendent and you really going forward too in ways that I think other organizations may not be suited for. So in terms of developing, we have a Superintendent Preparation Academy. It's known as the SUPS Academy. Through that, it's for aspiring superintendents. We have prepared roughly 800 educational leaders in Michigan for potentially becoming superintendents. Nearly 25% of the current superintendents in Michigan are graduates of that program. The participants, diverse participant group, which we appreciate and encourage. And we do provide executive coaching at all levels too in organizations. I'll give you the example that currently I'm coaching 2 central administrators and 3 building administrators in West Bloomfield. That's something that we commonly do as well. So we help develop leaders in that way too. Deploying. So we recruit and consult with prospective candidates. It's not just a matter of putting the applications out, or the postings out. We go out and look to recruit people that we think could be a good fit for you as well. We work with boards and communities to find the best fit, which is obviously very critical. It's not a one-size-fits-all proposition by any means. We lead you through the selection, interview, visitation, and negotiation processes. So this is not something that you do routinely. It is something that we do routinely. We have a tremendous level of experience with this. So we're going to basically hold your hand from the very beginning right through to the end and make sure that this process is as thorough as it needs to be, comprehensive as it needs to be. Make sure that you're following all rules, regulations, policies, et cetera. We'll take good care of you. And we have proprietary documents and procedures that help to ensure that the selection and the appointment is successful. And then in terms of supporting, we do, as part of that fee that we charge, we provide mentoring for the new superintendent for the first year that he or she is in the job. That's not an additional fee, that's just something we do. I've had some superintendents take full advantage of that. We formally set up monthly meetings. I'm at their disposal for phone calls, emails, texts, whatever the case might be. I've had others where they want to keep it more informal. That's okay too. We don't force ourselves on folks, but we're there and we're prepared to help. And as far as who would do that, that would be me as well. If there's interest in continuing that kind of a relationship, we offer executive coaching beyond the first year. But having said that, I will tell you, unless it's a regular thing, I still routinely I take calls and have conversations and problem solve with people in positions that I helped them attain years ago, right? I would never tell somebody, well, your year is up, so you can't ask me that question. Again, if it's going to be a pretty intense kind of a relationship, maybe so. But just know that, again, we support these folks not only in that first year, but beyond. And we do support districts and other public service organizations through some of the things that you see listed here. Provide a lot of services. So in terms of our expertise, again, we're a leadership organization. We conduct ongoing research on the art and science of public leadership, so we stay abreast of current developments. We deliver leadership and governance academies, as we touched on. And again, as I mentioned briefly, we do know the requirements of FOIA, Open Meetings Act. We're going to keep you out of trouble. As I indicated, our entire team collaborates on every search to assist. So that network is pretty broad. And we find that to be immensely helpful, especially, for example, if you're getting applicants from other parts of the state or even out of state who maybe applied elsewhere. Chances are somebody in our organization is going to know something about those folks. If it's a matter of recruitment, we can reach out. I've helped colleagues before where they've said, I need help on this one. And I've said, well, I've interacted with these folks who I think could be a good fit, might be interested in making a move up north, out west, whatever it might be. So we assist one another that way. Our collective experience, the last time we checked, was more than 130 years of successful superintendent experience. So we built tremendous relationships and contacts across the state. I can't tell you, not only through the work that we do through searches, where we interact with prospective candidates, but also current superintendents, other leaders in districts, retired leaders, through professional organizations, relationships that we know a ton of folks that we can reach out to that really help us with that recruitment. Again, I think in ways that others can't. Back to our guarantee, the search will continue until you have an acceptable candidate, right? Failure is not an option. I made this point earlier about what happens if the appointed person chooses to leave. Should you choose to contract with us for quarterly governance workshops in the first year, we would extend that guarantee to 2 years, where now if that person left for anything other than health reasons within the first 2 years, we would come back and do the search at no additional fee. Some other factors to consider: why us over others. Again, we have experienced and knowledgeable consultants. All of us were successful superintendents. We know the role, we know what it takes, and we think that really is a huge advantage that we have over others. The extensive network, as I mentioned, of outstanding leaders that we have connections with. Our process is thorough, it's inclusive, and it's transparent. I want to go back and touch on the inclusive part again. In terms of stakeholder engagement, we engage them at the beginning when we get their feedback on creating the candidate profile. We engage them when we have them come to public interviews, collect their feedback, and share that with the board for you to consider. We engage them when we go through the second round interviews, and we invite them in to meet with the finalists and ask questions and give you additional feedback. And then again, we have the opportunity for them even at the end to provide you feedback that they may have as you're looking to make that final decision. So you're the ones that have to be the decision makers, right? You can't defer to those folks. It's not a popularity contest. It's not a democratic process, but we stress that it's really important that you take into account what you're hearing from your stakeholders. They may provide insights on these folks that things that you didn't pick up on, that you didn't see, and it can be tremendously helpful to you in your decision making, along with all the other data points that you have. We do have a very strong reputation with a long record of great success, which I would encourage you to follow up on and find out for yourself. Why do we do this work? We don't lose sight of the fact that it's all about students. It's about children, right? And fundamentally, when we help great leaders come into districts and do outstanding work, and we help them thrive in those positions, ultimately it's the students who benefit, and that's what's most important. We recognize the value of customer service and commitment. We think that the commitment that you get from us is unparalleled. You would find me to be readily accessible, available by phone, by email, by text. I would be as accommodating as I could possibly be. Communicate quite a bit with you too, so that every step of the way you know exactly what's going on. We do the same even with the candidates too. And since I'm kind of representing you in this search, that reflects well on you too when we're also taking good care of the candidates and making sure that they're well informed and know what's happening too. So very high level of customer service. We believe that what we do by the assistance we provide, we make the search for you easy, but the decision difficult, meaning that you've got some good candidates to choose from and it's tough to make that final call. I mentioned the ongoing support well after the search is completed for both your new superintendent and you. High degree of client satisfaction. I'm going to share on the next slide some of the Oakland County districts I've worked with in recent years. I would encourage you to reach out to those folks there. And we're a service organization dedicated to outstanding leadership. That is our business. That's what we do. We're not an organization that comes in and does leadership too or helps with searches. Leadership is what we're all about, right? This is what we do. So I think, again, we're uniquely positioned to do this work. As we say at the bottom there, we strive for perfection and we settle for excellence. So recent Oakland County Superintendent searches that we have done, and I have been the lead consultant on all of these, you see here. I would hope you would reach out to folks in these districts, and in the proposal, the written proposal that you received from us too, you see a more comprehensive list in the back, an appendix of numerous districts in recent years that we have supported as an organization. We've highlighted the ones that I have assisted with, so I have helped many districts beyond these, but these are the ones within the county, some of your neighbors, that I have helped recently. I would be very surprised if you reached out to them and didn't hear that they were very satisfied and would likely invite us back the next time they had a need to go through a search. I would hope that's what they'd say. So, that's as quickly as I can go through a lot of information. I hope that you heard what you needed to, but I would certainly welcome any additional questions at this time that you might have.
Thank you, John. Are there any other questions? Trustee Noble?
No questions.
Trustee Coleman?
So in your previous searches in Oakland County, so what do you find as the most difficult part of a search for a like district that you've gone through recently?
That's a great question. I'm going to think about that one. Most difficult part of that for the board?
In finding the right fit, you know, for a like district, and you mentioned some of those, Birmingham's a like district. Sure. You know, in terms of finding the right fit based on the profile.
I think the most difficult part is, you know, again, you're going to look at as many data points as you can, but it comes down to you having to exercise judgment. I mean, it's an inexact science, right? There's no guarantee that you can get it exactly right. So to me, that's the most difficult thing, is just, which is why it's so important, and we really stress this, that you trust the process, that it's designed from beginning to end to take you through a process that will put you in the best position in the end to consider all the factors that you need to, and hopefully be in a position again where you've got 2 or 3 really outstanding people to choose from, arguably both of whom or all of whom could potentially be a good fit, but you've got to ultimately make the call and choose which one you think would be the best of the bunch. It's exceedingly difficult. So these days, just getting people in the door and into the applicant pool, it's a little bit more challenging than it used to be. These are tough times for leaders, frankly, right? So recruitment becomes, for us, that much more important, even more important than it was in the past.
And I guess on that, right, and this is where I'm leaning toward, right? So, right, superintendent search is difficult, right? There's, you know, as we're hearing, more and more superintendent positions opening and less people that want to be a superintendent. So what is your, you know, I saw your differentiators, but what is your strategy to try to, when you say recruitment, you know, that's going to be different than the other firms in trying to recruit candidates to come here and be a superintendent and be the right fit?
I'll start with the relationships that we already have. We have relationships and contacts, so that in terms of the pool that's available to us, which includes all of those folks that have gone through our leadership academy. We don't favor them in searches like this, but we have relationships with a lot of folks who we know are aspiring superintendents who've gotten to know us too, and that's a pool of candidates available to us too that others don't have.
Okay, so I see that. So I think you answered my question. So
Okay.
You have people going through your leadership academy that may not be, you know, will be in various stages that maybe other firms may not have, that you could potentially not favor them because they're going through your academy, tap into and on the shoulder and say, you may want to apply for this because of this employee profile and be a match.
Yes.
Okay, understood.
And I think part of it too, again, it's the superintendent experience we have. So when we're talking to them about how they could potentially be a good fit here and why this might be an appealing position for them, I'm able to do that from the perspective of somebody who's been in that chair, right, and has done this job and understands the joys of it, understands the rewards of it, but also understands the challenges of it. And look, we don't try to sugarcoat things for people. It's a bad idea, right? You want somebody who wants to be here for all of the great things that you have going as a district and the challenges that you have as a district. You want them to come in with their eyes wide open, know exactly what they might be getting themselves into as best they can, and be the type of person who feels like I'm up to those challenges. I could be a good fit. I could be somebody who could do an outstanding job here. So we do that. I want to make sure that they come in with clear-eyed and understanding exactly what it is that they'd be walking into. And again, I think having the perspective of having been in this role and having dealt with many of those same types of difficulties, challenges, you name it, I think we're in a great position to be able to coach them through that. And part of what I appeal to people on is, you know, somebody needs to be here in this role. No matter how difficult it might be, somebody needs to be here doing this hard work on behalf of students, right? And part of what I would ask myself, for example, is why not me? Why shouldn't that be me? If I have the wherewithal to be able to be in a position like this and do good work on behalf of kids and a community, I should be willing to do that. And so part of it is appealing to kind of that part of folks too, and hoping that they're going to be one of these people. And quite often they're willing to step up, and it kind of gets down to their core. Why did they get into this business in the first place too? So part of it though too is there's a lot to like here, right? This is a very appealing district. You're a very prominent, well-regarded school district you have a lot of positive things going for you. I would say too, one of the advantages that you have is, as of right now, in Southeast Michigan, you're going to have very little to no competition. You know, sometimes you might go out for a search, and there are several other searches going on in the area, and they may be competing for the interest of people who are aspiring superintendents or looking to make a move. Right now, you'd be about the only game in town, and I think that would be hugely advantageous to you too.
Trustee Kumar, any questions?
So John, you had the list of districts in Oakland County. Over what period of time were all of these searches?
The farthest back any of those goes would be 2020.
Okay.
So all within the last 3 years.
Was that? The list on the presentation?
On the presentation. The others go back, I want to say, 3 to 4 years.
You have any more questions? My question is, so say we do decide that we want to do a national search. What would you say your percentage yield would be for applicants outside of the state? And how many positions have we feel that you have as Michigan institutions, how many outside people have been placed as superintendents that you've worked with? That's a great question. I would be hard-pressed to put a number on it. I will tell you the vast majority of the positions filled in the searches that I have done have been candidates, in-state candidates. And I think in most, frankly, we pay attention. I think we all do this. Even people from other firms kind of watch what the other firms are doing and how those searches go, and we pay attention. And I think what you would see, and I've looked, even when you hire a firm that's considered more of a national search firm, fundamentally, when you look at who's in the candidate pools and who the boards are interviewing, they're almost always Michigan candidates. And the candidates who are hired are almost always Michigan candidates too. So I would tell you this, even without doing the additional advertising out of state, you're likely to attract some interest from out-of-state candidates anyway. As I said before, if there are folks out there who have an interest in coming to Michigan for whatever the reason might be, they're going to be keeping their eyes open. You're a prominent district. They're going to hear about it, and they're going to have the opportunity to apply. If a national publication happens to catch the eye of somebody who might not otherwise be looking, but it may pique their interest, that would be the advantage to that. So organizationally, as far as how many national folks we've hired, we have, but I don't want to be deceitful or dishonest. Again, I know that the vast majority have been in-state candidates, but I think if you looked at the results of other searches from other firms that have conducted searches in Michigan,
pretty confident you'd find that it is very similar in terms of the results.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Trustee VanGemert?
Knowing that you don't make the ultimate decision for any of these districts, do you have any statistics on the retention rate, or the tenure rate, retention rate for the districts that MLI has facilitated the hiring of?
In our history, we believe the guarantee that we provide, 3 times have we had a kind of honor the guarantee, meaning that it's a very rare occurrence that somebody kind of flames out and leaves the district within the first year. But furthermore, our track record, and I would say even mine personally, in terms of the longevity of the people that have taken the positions, you're right, and I appreciate you recognizing that. I'm the process guy, you're the decision maker, so I'm not the one choosing. So I tell boards sometimes, I won't take credit if you make a great hire, I won't take blame if you make a mistake, right? But fortunately, boards overall have been very happy with the selections they've made, and that's been evident through the longevity of the candidates. Have there been exceptions to that? Sure, but they've been very few and far between.
Trustee Hill?
Thank you. So the fee that you've listed does not include a national component, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what would the additional fee be for
That's
that?
$1,400, which again, that fee, strictly, that's not a profit for the organization. That strictly covers the additional fees that the organizations we would post with would charge.
Okay, and the additional national search, you indicated there would be advertising. Is there any actual, you going out and trying to find someone? I'm trying to think of the proper terminology, but as opposed to posting it, you actively going out to seek other people, other candidates. Is there any component of that?
We don't go out to other states to look for candidates, but through experience and having been made aware of candidates from out of state who have expressed some interest, our reach goes out that far too, right? Some of what we can do is reach out to other professional organizations too, to be more proactive about it too, to say to the leaders in those organizations in other states, national organizations too, is there anybody that you're aware of or have experience with who this could potentially be a good fit for and who may be in a position where they would be interested in a move to another state? So that's part of how we reach out too, is it's really through other professional organizations who can be very helpful with that. Even when we do this locally within the state of Michigan, quite often, for example, I'll reach out to ISD superintendents locally and have those conversations too. Who do you know who's kind of out there and interested? And you know the district, right? You know some of these folks who could be a great fit for this district.
Another question I have is, you indicated something to the effect of there's a shortage of professionals willing to go into administration or superintendent roles currently. That's kind of the temperament of the...
I don't know if I'd say shortage as much as I would say the fields aren't quite as deep as they used to be.
So on that note, you also said that you didn't think that the competition would be, you don't think there's a lot of people conducting searches right now. We'd be the only sort of game in town looking for someone. The headlines I'm reading indicate otherwise. I think that there's a lot of people there's a lot of turnover at the moment in the state. And so...
In other parts of the state, when I was referring to Southeast Michigan, in this area right now, in terms of who else might be undergoing a superintendent search, there's not much action.
Okay. But do you have any numbers to that effect? Because that's my concern. I'm really focused on this national component because I think that, I don't think that the talent pool is as deep as is ideal. And so I'd really like to focus on that conversation and find out what best practices with other districts are regarding the national component. So I was curious about that comment because my perception is that it's the opposite climate right now in terms of the talent that's out there. I guess my last question is, how often do you source applicants from non-traditional educational backgrounds, meaning someone who doesn't have any prior traditional education or administration experience?
We typically don't recruit that pool of candidates, and part of what we do in terms of how we screen applicants and really consider that too is I'm going to take my cues from you. When you create the candidate profile and we establish qualifications, you're going to be the ones ultimately who decide, are you going to structure that in a way that it's clear that you're going to welcome non-traditional candidates? And I've had conversations with non-traditional folks who have expressed, you know, if there's a district who's looking, I might be interested. Sometimes those postings themselves, the position announcements, clearly indicate that you're looking for an educator, right? Somebody with experience, and that you're not necessarily open to non-traditionals. If you word it in such a way that it's clear that you are going to be open to that, it's going to naturally attract more non-traditional candidates too. You are going to find that no matter what you put in a posting, there are some folks who, if they find this to be an appealing position, they're going to take a shot and they're going to apply anyway. But you're going to be able to steer it a little bit in that way in how we structure the qualifications, the candidate profile, and what's in that position announcement.
Trustee Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. I just had one quick question. Thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
And in terms of, so obviously people might just apply to this, and I think no matter which firm we would go with, the people that would know that this is this is going to be available, they're going to apply, right?
Sure.
So those ones are going to happen. But
yep.
As you go through your network and you recruit, do you have any restrictions in terms of like untouchables that you're like, no, this person, any kind of rules in terms of who you might not headhunt per se?
That's a great question. I would be unlikely to, let's say I was involved in a search within the last year, right? And as a result of that search, somebody was newly placed in that position. It would be very unlikely, in part because I don't know that you'd want that type of candidate anyway, who a year into a job is ready to jump and make a move, right? So I very likely would not be reaching out to candidates like that.
Okay.
Right. Beyond that, there's no rules. And again, it comes down just to fit. It comes down to if I feel like there's a candidate out there, including, and for a district like this one, I will say, you know, different districts, you take a different approach to recruitment. There are some, depending on the size of the district, the status of the district, whatever the case might be, where the pool of candidates I would more naturally be looking at would be more likely central administrators, even principals. For this one, I think this will and should attract sitting superintendents as well. Not limited to that, but I think it will and should. So in terms of recruitment, absolutely. Those would be within the group of people that I'd be looking out to.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other questions? Okay, well, we want to thank you, John, for your time. We do appreciate you. We'll be in contact either way.
All right, my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your night.
All right, you too. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Jay. Yeah, you can go to the restroom. We'll give you a couple minutes. They got to go get you anyway. Use the restroom. I don't know if you went that way, though. Then you know we can't engage. Oh, you want us to take, we're not in, oh, you just had a break question?
No, I was going for the national search. You guys are already in the top 5 or 10 with the state, so.
No public comment.
Oh, sorry.
I thought you were asking me something for the break. It didn't work Jay, how's it going? Good. Good. You can give us a couple seconds, pause, just have to step out for a minute before you get set up. How's your day?
Fantastic.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure. Absolutely.
You're not in a break. We are still.
I'm going to give you this one.
So in case you're wondering, the Lions traded their 6th pick, so they don't pick till 12.
Well, they picked.
What's that? Did they pick?
Jaden?
No, I did not. No, I did not. So that's what I was taping. Okay, so we're gonna keep moving, and we are on item 8E, and we're gonna hear from the superintendent search firm presentation from the Michigan Association of School Boards, and we have Jay Bennett presenting for us today.
Well, good evening, everybody. Good to see you all. Thank you for having me out. My name is Jay Bennett. I'm the Assistant Director for Executive Search Services at the Michigan Association of School Boards. And just a little bit about me. I am a former board member, having served on my local board and my Reese board in the greater Lansing area, so I've been right where you are right now. I'm a lifetime educator, started out my career as a middle school and high school special education teacher, eventually started getting into online education, and then started working with board members, and eventually then started working with the association. So I've been doing searches now for the association full-time for about the past 5 years, and then as a consultant about 2 or 3 years before that. So over about the past 8 years, I have conducted over 35 or so searches across the state of Michigan, working in districts in Oakland County like Walled Lake, working in districts in urban areas like the Lansing School District, and working with districts in small rural towns like Bellevue, Michigan, if any of you know where that is, between kind of between Charlotte and Battle Creek in Eaton County. So I've been around the state doing searches for about the past 8 years or so. So that's a little bit about me and where I come at this from. So MASB is your organization. We will provide you with unparalleled support. I have consultants across the state that are currently doing searches. We have our full office staff that supports us, public relations, digital, and photography. We have our two excellent lawyers in Brad Banasic and our newest lawyer, Dan Feinberg, and they're just top-notch. Open Meetings Act, everything related to school law, and so we've got that support as well. We've done over 700 successful searches. We have a track record of success. We have close working relationships with all the other education associations. The Superintendent's Association is right across the hall from us. We do regular presentations with their aspiring superintendents, so their Horizons Academy is an administrator training program that MASA has, and we give regular presentations to those groups. So I know all the applicants that are coming up through that program there. We strive for a high degree of process transparency throughout this entire search, okay? I am not going to take you into a closed session to discuss anything related in this search unless I absolutely positively have to. And for the most part, the only 2 reasons I'm going to consider taking you into closed session, if we have a high number of internal applicants, and I think that discussing them in an open meeting is going to run the risk of outing them as candidates or infringing upon their privacy, then I will take you in a closed session to discuss those internal candidates only. If you as a board decide that you want to engage in any kind of behavioral testing of the applicants, we can discuss the results of those behavioral tests in a closed session as well. Other than that, we're doing everything in open session. So discussion of applicants all happens in open session. All the applicants are assigned a random number, and we talk about the applicants as numbers. So I like to talk about applicant number 5. These are the things that I like. These are the things that I don't like. This is what I think about applicant 5. So we will talk about those applicants as numbers in an open session. I've done this many times, and we don't run the risk of outing them as candidates or violating their privacy at all, and we can do that all in an open meeting. Anytime we're going through this, please jump in with any questions you may have. Last thing here is what I think sets us apart from all of our competitors here. We have an application program that is something that was created by the Ohio School Boards Association. It is used by about 17 or 18 other school board associations across the country. As soon as we post it in our system, it automatically goes out to those other 17 or so states. And conveniently enough for us, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota are all part of that consortium. So they all use that program as well. In addition to Nebraska, Kansas, Alaska, Florida, I think North Carolina, then there might be a couple other southern states. But that is to say that that is part of our program. There's no extra cost for that. But as soon as I set that out there, it goes out to those other national organizations. So if I start getting applicants from Alaska, I have a pretty good idea of how we got those. Okay? So as your association, we exist solely to serve boards of education. We're committed to helping you find the appropriate candidate with a focus on longevity. We have no obligation to place candidates, and we are ever mindful of the laws and public perception. We have a no surprise guarantee, so that means candidate backgrounds, communications with stakeholders. If I hear about it, you're going to hear about it, okay? And that works both ways. If you hear about it, I want you to make sure that you communicate it to me as well. When we release the names of the applicants that you've called in for interviews, you will get phone calls, you will get emails, you will get shout outs at the local restaurant about, hey, I know someone who knows this candidate and I think they're fantastic, you really need to take a good look at them. You'll also hear, hey, I know somebody who knows that candidate, and I can't imagine why in the world you would ever think that they'd make a good superintendent here in Bloomfield Hills. You're going to get that feedback. And all I ask is that if you hear something that alarms you, that you communicate that back to me so that I can then vet that out and try to find out if there is any legitimacy to that. Because I've run into too many occasions where somebody with a particular axe to grind will float the board something that they know, which turns out to be completely false. And so I always want to try my best to vet those things out before you as a board consider that to be a relevant piece of information as it relates to that applicant. Quality of the candidate pool. If you don't get the pool that you want, we'll go back out and do it again. We're going to do this till we get this right. No additional charge for that. That's all part of the package, okay? Minimum of a 1-year tenure. If you don't get that 1-year tenure out of that candidate, then we're going to come back and do that search for free plus expenses. And we're not going to actively recruit any superintendent that we've placed for at least 3 years. So if we're fortunate enough to get this search, any candidate that our association has placed within the past 3 years, we are not going to actively recruit for this position. Now, if they call me and tell me that they're interested in applying, there's nothing that I can do to stop them from applying, but I'm not going to actively recruit them. And I'm going to have a conversation with that board president if it comes up that, hey, I didn't call them, they called me.
When you say you're not going to actively recruit them, but since it's a search and it's out there,
yeah,
they still will have that option.
They could still apply for it, absolutely, okay. Absolutely. But if they've only been in that position for 1, 2, maybe 3 years, and they're already looking to get out, I'm not sure what that says about where they currently are, or maybe that this is such an attractive position that they really want to take an opportunity for it. Who's to say? But just something to consider as well. Okay? But that is our promise. It not only benefits those districts that we worked with, but it benefits you as well. You know that if we get this opportunity to work with you, I'm not coming back here in 2 years trying to take your superintendent to go somewhere else. Okay?
And I guess too, with the 3-year, and I'm just gauging your typical time period, a superintendent typically stays in a role is what, 3 to 4 years? Yeah,
it's 3 to 5 years in our urban and suburban districts, 5 to 7 in our rural districts across the state. We are very proud of our placement rate in that a vast majority of the superintendents that we placed in the past 5 years are still currently working in the district that we placed them in. There are a few exceptions. These past 5 years, in case you hadn't noticed, have been a little bit wonky. And so we have had some instances where some superintendents have not been successful in their placements, but a vast majority of the superintendents we placed in the past 5 years are currently still with the district that we placed them with. We know that selecting a superintendent is one of the most important decisions that a Board of Education will make. We know that effective, high-functioning boards have a better outcome related to the search, and we know that the clearer the picture of the type of leader that you're looking for, the easier it is for us to find them. We're talking about around a 13-week process. In the folder that I handed out to you ahead of time, on the right side of the folder is a mocked-up timeline. And so this is something that I threw together based on your current board meeting schedule. I tried my best to kind of work with what I saw posted for your regular meeting schedule, just because I know you're already meeting that night. And so if we can tack on some additional things related to the search, that's good for you, that's good for the community. They were already expecting you to meet that night. So to the best of my ability, I did that. Also working off of the fact that your current superintendent is slated to retire effective July 31st, I believe. And so looking for an August 1 start, that was kind of where I did this. And then also taking into account that the month of July can be rather troublesome for the organization of trying to get everybody together. This is not set in stone. This is just kind of a draft, just to kind of give you an idea of what a timeline is going to look like if you're looking for that. If you as a board decide that we need to blow that out and expand that a little bit, that's perfectly fine. If you as a board think that we need to contract that, I would caution you that that probably would not be advisable. As it stands right here, this job would be posted for about 5 weeks under this model, which is, 4 to 6 is ideal. I don't want to do it less than 4. I don't want to do it more than 6. So 5 is kind of that sweet spot. But there is a little room for movement one way or the other on here if you decided that that timeline didn't work for you. So establishing the search timeline, stakeholder engagement. So stakeholder engagement is a very important part of this process, okay? And we do that in a couple of ways. Again, in this folder, on the right side there, the third one back is an example of our survey that we would put out in the field. This is a paper copy of the electronic survey that we would put on the field. That electronic survey, I can put that electronic survey out in the field immediately, and I can put it out in probably just about any language that you would need. We have a robust survey system that allows me to upload just about any language that is available. We've done this in Mandarin, we've done this in Arabic, we've done this in Spanish and French. So if you have a language or a specific language that you would like to make sure we have the survey available in, you just let me know what that is, and I will upload the appropriate file into the survey system, and then it will default to, there's a drop-down list, and so they just select their language from the drop-down list, and then the survey comes through in that particular language. So you would just need to let me know what languages you'd like. In addition to the survey, we're going to do face-to-face meetings. And I'm going to do as many face-to-face meetings as you as a board feel are appropriate. And I'm going to meet with whatever groups you think as a board are appropriate. Now, generally speaking, that's going to be administrators, teachers, staff, community members, parents, students, and then any other particular groups. If you want me to meet with the local Kiwanis Club, I'll meet with the local Kiwanis Club. If you want me to meet with your union leaders, I'll meet with your union leaders. So whoever you want me to meet with, we'll set that up, okay? We try our best to set as many of these meetings on 1 or 2 days or 3 days or 4 days or whatever it is to maximize my time in district, to minimize your costs as well. Coming down from Lansing is not it's not a great distance, but every time I come down, that does add up to the mileage, and so we're just trying to maximize that to the best of our ability. You will get if I was to guess, I would suspect that you're probably going to get a number of responses to the online survey. I think that's where you're going to get a vast majority of your information is going to be in that online survey, but we don't want to not do the face-to-face meetings as well, okay? Will help you in developing a compensation range. So again, on the right side of the folder is a salary comparison. So I pulled some competitive districts. I believe most of those, if not all of those, are in Oakland County, just to kind of give you an idea as to what is being paid with these other superintendents, these areas, and this is just going to help us set that salary schedule. I want that salary schedule. In order for you to get the best candidates, it needs to be competitive. If you set it too low, you're not going to get the candidates you want. If you set it too high, you're going to get candidates that, again, you probably don't want. And so we've got to kind of find that sweet spot so that you are guaranteed, or at least have a reasonable assumption that you're going to get the types of candidates that are serious about being the next superintendent here in Bloomfield Hills. We're going to want to publish that preliminary posting as soon as we can, just to kind of get it out there, to let people know that it's out there. One of the reasons that we post this for 4 to 5 weeks, it's not only to give us opportunity to recruit, but a bigger part of it is, honestly, is to give them the time to prepare their materials. A lot of these applicants have not applied for a superintendency in a long time, or not applied for a job in a long time, so they need to brush up on their resume, they need to brush up on their cover letter, they need to get updated letters of reference. I don't think any of you want to see letters of reference from 15 years ago, right? So they need to get their materials in order. And so it's going to take them some time to get them in order. So that's one of the reasons that we want to put it out there as soon as we can to give them as much opportunity as possible. A vast majority of these applications are going to come in the last week or two that posting is out there. And so boards will be, you'll be asking me, so, a week in, how many applicants? A week in, probably none. 2 weeks in, how many applicants? I mean, I don't know, maybe 4. And then you'll start to get worried. It's like, no, it's okay. A vast majority of these applicants are going to come in the last week or two. Easy. In fact, if we generally close our postings on Tuesdays at 4 o'clock, and one of the reasons for that is because I'm going to get somebody that's going to call me at 4:01 and say, I've spent the last 15 minutes trying to upload my materials and I had a glitch and my computer reset. Okay, now I have time because it's 4 o'clock on a Tuesday. I have time to get your materials in there to help you out, to make sure that all those application materials are in there, and then I can present all those application materials to the board. So one of the things we want to make sure that we talk about are the things that you are most proud of in your district. This is just a quick example of some ideas that we could talk about. And where do we put those? Well, we put together a customized digital brochure. Now, this is one from a search that we did many years ago in Elk Rapids. Yours would have your colors and your logo and then your district information. We would include your points of pride, whatever it is that the board thinks is most important to put out there. This is a brochure, a digital brochure that is attached to the job posting. It's something that you can attach to your website, that you can put out on your Facebook page to encourage people to apply, to show the community what it is that you're looking for in your next superintendent. We can take all the material from that selection criteria that we gathered through the survey and through our face-to-face meetings and make sure that all gets in here as well. We just find that this is something that's very popular. And again, this is all part of the process, all part of the package. If this is what you'd like to add, we can take the time to do this. It doesn't take a lot of time for us to turn this around. You give us some pictures from the district. We include those in here, and we can usually have this turned around in a matter of days and then added to that posting. So we talked already a little bit about the stakeholder engagement. We talked about the online survey, the face-to-face focus groups, feedback forms. After every interview that you conduct, you will have an opportunity. We will pass out forms to everybody here in the audience. They will then be able to note on those forms the things that they heard that they liked, the things that they heard that they were not all that crazy about. All of those go back to the board for your perusal, okay? If you want to, although I advise against it, if you want to, we can open up that survey to anybody that is viewing the meeting. The problem, though, is that that opens it up to anybody that's viewing the meeting. And so you will get survey responses from people that have no stake in your community. You will get more input than you probably ever want to look at, and not a vast majority of it, but at least a good percentage of it may not be from people in your community, and you're not going to know who it's coming from because it's completely online. At least when you get it from the people that are here, you know that they're the people that came to the meeting. Now, again, you can't guarantee that the people here at the meeting are people from your community, but I think it's a pretty reasonable guess that they are, okay? All right. So after the second round of interviews, again, an opportunity for those feedback forms, and then also an opportunity for those members of the community to submit questions. So we have a little form they can fill out. They can submit those questions. I would then present those questions to the board president, and depending on how much time we have in that second round of interviews, the board president could read through some of those questions from the community. Now, obviously, if you have a full house and you get 30 questions from the community, we're not going to be able to get through all of those, but the board president can, kind of thumb through those and pick out a couple questions that she thinks are relevant and then ask those of the applicants. So that's another opportunity for some feedback from your community. Recruitment. So we talked about the in-state marketing. We put it on our website. We put it on My Staff, which is the statewide website where every education job in the state of Michigan is posted. We encourage you to create a separate page on your website dedicated to superintendent search. And on that web page on your site is where you're going to put all the meeting notices. That's where you're going to put the links to the job posting. That's where you're going to put the links to the online survey. So it's a one-stop shop. So anyone in your community that goes to your web page can go to that superintendent search web page and get an update as to where we are in the search process, and then get all the relevant meeting times, meeting locations, web links, all that kind of stuff. Recommendations from board members. If you as a board member know somebody that you would like me to reach out to, just give me a name and some contact information if you have it. And I will reach out to that person and say, hey, I've got some board members here that would love to see you in the applicant pool. I don't want you to reach out to them directly, because any interaction that a board member has with a applicant can be construed as an interview, and because all interviews need to happen in an open session, you would be violating the Open Meetings Act. So work through your consultant. If you have somebody that you'd like me to call and reach out to, I'd be more than happy to do that. I will encourage staff to do the same. If the staff are like, hey, there's this building principal that was here years ago, they went on to be a superintendent somewhere else, we think they'd be a fabulous person to come back to Bloomfield Hills, I'll reach out to them and let them know that there's been some staff that think that you should throw your hat in the ring, okay? National marketing. So we already talked a little bit about our application system. In the search proposal, if you turn to page 8, under fees, you will see that the fee for this search is $9,500. You'll see that we have some prices there for some of those assessments that we talked about. So the behavioral assessment, and then that's the DISC, and then we also have the superintendent achiever assessment. That's a more stringent behavioral test. We talk about then Ed Week, Top School Jobs, $495 for a 30-day online posting. School Superintendents Association, that's the nationwide association, $559. These last 2 bullet points, these are 2 associations that have their own job boards, and these are the 2 associations that I've seen the most impact from, and that's the National Alliance of Black School Educators and the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents. Those 2 job boards have produced applicants for my pools. And I know that because when I see those out-of-state applicants come into our pools, I reach out to them, have a conversation with them. One of the first things I ask them is, well, where did you see this posting? And I've had them tell me they saw it on those 2 websites. So I know those 2 are effective. The other ones are the Ed Week, the Top School Jobs, the School Superintendents Association. I don't know that those have produced a lot of applicants, but if that is something that the board wants to pursue, then we can definitely advertise in those places. None of this happens without board approval, okay? So I'm going to make sure that the board knows exactly how much all of this is going to cost them and make sure that you're okay with those costs before we move forward with that, okay? Anything above and beyond the $9,500 and expenses is going to go to the board for approval, okay? Expenses are going to be kept to the minimum. It's my travel time, or my travel mileage from Lansing to here. And then, you know, I do like to eat a little bit, but I'll keep that, you know, I'll keep it reasonable. So if I'm here all day, then, you know, I may sneak a meal or 2 in there, but it's all going to be reasonable. And the expenses, again, are mostly going to be my travel, but coming from Lansing won't be too much, all right? So we talked about the Rebellists, we talked about the National Affiliation of Superintendent Searchers. So those are the other state associations that do search, and I'm in constant contact, especially with those that border us. So Indiana, Ohio, Minnesota, Wisconsin, I'm in constant contact with those people in those states that do my job in their state. If I see applicants coming in from those states, I will definitely reach out to them and see if they have any insight into those applicants. I can tell you that a vast majority of the applicants that we're seeing in pools across the state of Michigan are primarily from Michigan. If we see out-of-state applicants, it's usually in those districts that are bordering on the south, so those districts that border Indiana, Ohio. We just did a district in Edwardsburg. If any of you know where Edwardsburg is, it's practically a suburb of South Bend, Indiana. So that pool had about half Indiana applicants and half Michigan applicants, and that's only because of their proximity to Indiana. In the UP, we have some districts that are close to Wisconsin, so we will occasionally get some Wisconsin applicants in some of those UP pools, but a vast majority of our applicants are either currently in Michigan or have some sort of connection to Michigan that they're looking to reconnect. So maybe they have aging parents in Michigan that they're looking to move back to get closer to. They've got grandkids. They've got a kid at MSU or U of M or Western or something like that, and they're looking to get back into Michigan to be closer to family. So those are some of the reasons that we see those out-of-state applicants, but for a vast majority of our positions, we're looking at in-state applicants. So during this recruitment process, we're going to vet those applicants. We're going to review those materials. I'll have phone calls with everybody that shows an interest in this job. In addition to the active recruiting that I will do as well, I'll make some discrete inquiries of my fellow search consultants and of some superintendents that I'm currently working with and see if they have any ideas for who might be someone that would be interested in this opportunity. The interview process. So again, we'll work with the board to do that selection of candidates. We'll make sure that we're in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. We believe in this process unfolding in public. You will get access to all of the applicant materials. So if we get 25 applicants that have successfully submitted an application, and by successfully submitting an application, that means that they've gotten into our system, they have uploaded a resume, a cover letter, 3 letters of recommendation, and then answered our approximately 15 application questions. If they've uploaded all that information and hit submit, they become an applicant. We then give you passwords into the system. You only see the applicants for Bloomfield Hills, but you will see every applicant and all of their materials. Okay, so you have access to all of that information. We then discuss those candidates, as we talked about, by number, not by name. Once they have accepted an interview, that's going to happen in a public meeting. So at that point, we issue the press release and say, okay, here we go. These are the applicants that we're going to interview. Could be 4, could be 5, could be 6, could be 7. You know, it's going to be up to the board to determine who they want to bring back, you know, or bring in for those first round interviews. I will send you a list of the applicants broken into 2 tiers. There will be a top tier and a bottom tier. That top tier will be those applicants that most closely match what it is that you say you're looking for in your selection criteria. The bottom tier will be those candidates that do not match. But again, anybody in that list is somebody that you as a board could interview. It's going to be up to you as a board to determine who you want to interview. This is your process that I'm here to help facilitate and lead you through, but I'm not going to dictate who you should and should not interview. That's completely up to you as a board. So we talked a little bit about those first round interviews. We try to keep those as identical to each other as possible because I want there to be an even playing ground. So we're going to ask the same questions of all those candidates, and we're going to give them all the same amount of time in which to answer those questions. Now, every now and again, I get a board that pushes back a little bit, and they want to ask, you know, some thought-provoking questions, like, you know, what books are you currently reading, or who would you like to have dinner with, living or dead? I try to discourage boards from that. I want to stick to behavior-based questions because we know that the best indicator as to whether or not somebody's going to be successful as a superintendent in your district, if they've been successful in their past experiences, they're more likely to be successful in their future experiences. So what do we want to know? Well, we want to know what's your experience with school finance and budgeting? What's your experience with contract negotiations? What's your experience with K-12 curriculum? What's your experience with disciplining of employees? Those are the kinds of things that we want to know from these candidates. So, have they seen these questions in other interviews before? Yep, probably. Especially because your interviews, I know, I'm assuming anyway, that your interviews are going to be broadcast just like you broadcast your meeting tonight. So can the applicants from the first night or the second night watch the interviews from the first night? Yep. That's what we have to deal with when we do these things in open session. So we're not trying to surprise or trick any of our applicants during this process. That's not going to get us what we need to know. So I don't want you to worry too much about the questions being out there. In fact, I would almost encourage you, in fact, I will encourage you to seriously think about providing the applicants for that first round with the questions ahead of time. So they have them to look over so that when they get here for that interview, they're prepared. I want them to be prepared for you because I want you to hear about how they've been successful. I want you to hear good examples of things that they've done in the past that are going to translate to them being an effective superintendent here in Bloomfield Hills. There are some decisions that a superintendent has to make relatively quickly, but thankfully, most decisions that a superintendent has to make are something that they can think on, right? And so I don't know that thinking on their feet during an interview tells us a whole lot about their thought process. Because again, there's very few things that they have to make a quick decision on as a superintendent. There are occasions for sure, but most of what they have some time to kind of think and consider and thoughtfully reflect. And so I think it's important that they have that opportunity with questions. But if you as a board do not want to share the questions ahead of time, that is your choice as well. But I'm here to tell you that they have a pretty good idea of what's coming at them. They've either been in an interview similar to this before, or they've done their research. They found those recorded interviews on the web and they watched them and they've listened to the questions and they said, boy, it seems like they're getting a lot of the same questions about curriculum and budget and finance and disciplining employees and contract negotiations. Well, yeah, because these are the things that are expected of a superintendent. We need to know how they're going to do those things. Okay, second round. Now, this is an opportunity for you to really kind of get in and dig in with those applicants, ask them follow-up questions. Hey, we heard in the first round about this program that you talked about. Tell us more about that, okay? Between the first and second round, I will encourage you as board members to take part in the reference checking process. So I will assign you some references that these applicants have submitted, and you will make some phone calls between those first and second round interviews, and then at the end of those second round interviews, you'll kind of report out to the board about what you heard when you did those reference checks. We can talk about having those public meet and greets. So if we do the interviews on a Tuesday, if we start the first one at 6 and the second one at 7:30, then from 4:30 to 5:30, we could have the applicants here in a couple different classrooms, and then have people from the community come in and meet with them and talk to them and hear from them. And even if they're available, then, you know, previous to that, we could even have them take a tour of the district, not with any of you as board members, because remember, no interaction between board members and applicants, but you know, we could find some administrators that would be happy, or maybe even some students that would be happy to take them around the district and show them off and show the district off. Okay. We could talk about a presentation if that's something that the board desires to see during that second round. If you'd like to see them give a presentation, I caution you that if you have them give a presentation, I don't want you to get too hung up on the presentation itself, more about how they present information to you as a board, because that's what you're looking for. Unfortunately, they're generally putting these presentations together in a fairly short amount of time. And so, you know, if a misspelling or something slips through in their, you know, 2-day preparation of this slide deck, I don't want you to get too hung up on that. I want you to focus in on how they are communicating to you as a board, because that's the important part, right? They're going to have time, usually more time than just a day or two, to put together presentations for the board. But in this case, if we notify them on Wednesday night that, hey, next Tuesday, I need you to have a presentation together ready to go for the board, remember that they are probably working in a full-time job as it is, and so they're not going to have a lot of time to sit down and put together a comprehensive PowerPoint. So I don't want you to get too hung up on that. Focus more on the content that they're talking about and how they present it to you, not so much on their presentation. So then eventually it comes down to that moment where you put forth that action item to enter into negotiations with candidate X, and then we have a second, have discussion, and then take that vote. And if the vote is a majority to enter in negotiations, then generally a small contingent of the board will start that negotiation process with that applicant, and then that full contract needs to come back to the board for formal adoption. Support. So as your association, we are here with you before the search, during the search, and after the search. And that's even if you decide to go with one of the other firms. That's fine. Okay, I have a cadre of retired superintendents across the state that this fall will meet with every newly placed superintendent across the state, regardless of who put them there, whether it was an MLI search or an HYA search or a Rain Associates or an MASB. Even if they hired, the board did the search themselves, or if they just promoted their deputy into the superintendency. Doesn't matter. Every new superintendent in the fall will get a visit from one of my retired superintendents to offer mentoring, to offer services that we as an association can help them with their board. For you, if you decide to go with MASB, we would offer you a price break on that first facilitated evaluation. I know that several of you have been part of that facilitated evaluation process in the past. We highly recommend this for a first-time superintendent in a district, that you consider that facilitated evaluation, and that is something that we would provide you a price break on. So those are the things that I wanted to talk about tonight. Questions, concerns?
Okay. We'll start with Trustee Noble. Do you have any
Draft
questions?
updates, I mean, you know, whatever you got.
Trustee Noble?
I don't have any questions right now.
No?
Thank you.
Trustee Colin?
Yeah, so you mentioned, and I know Trustee Hill brought this up, you know, earlier about national search. It's, you know, only prevalent, you know, when you're living in sort of the middle of two states. But I think we're different. I think we as Bloomfield, like, there's very few communities in this country that have the name Orange County, Bloomfield, Greenwich. I'm just saying. So, yeah. So what is your national search strategy? to try to recruit.
Yeah.
And maybe people won't apply, but try to recruit
Sure.
because we are a destination district.
So one of the first ones is advertising some of those spaces that we talked about, and that's to get it out there nationally, get it out to those organizations. I was also fortunate enough, I just participated in a webinar with Howard University and their aspiring superintendents. And so they have a cadre of aspiring superintendents. I've got their mailing list, and I would immediately reach out to some of those candidates that have shown an interest in possibly working in Michigan. And I may even reach out to some of those that didn't, if I think that they might be someone that you as a board would be interested in. I will work with my fellow state consultants to see, who's in their searches. And, as part of my day-to-day, I monitor everything going on as it relates to superintendent search in Michigan and across the country. I have Google alerts set up for superintendent search, and so I know what's happening with the Memphis, Tennessee search right now, and all the dirty details of that. And if you want to talk about that, I can tell you about that. I know what's happening in Oshkosh. I know what's happening in Kalamazoo, right? And so I monitor all those searches. So I'm going to reach out to those applicants that have been there. Part of the nice thing about our system is that if they currently have an application in our system, so meaning that they've applied for another job here in Michigan, I can send out invites directly to them, to their email that says, hey, this is an opportunity, please apply. And because they've already got their materials in my system, it takes them no time to apply for this position. And based on us just having conducted the Walled Lake search, I can think of several candidates in that Walled Lake search that I think would be excellent candidates for your application pool. I'll encourage them to apply. Again, making no promises, just saying that, hey, this is what Bloomfield Hills is looking for. Based on our conversations in the past, based on what I know about you, I think you might be an applicant that would be of interest to them, so I'm going to encourage you to apply. And that's all I'm doing, is encouraging people to apply. I make no promises. I'm not going to say, you know what, I think you're going to be the next superintendent of Bloomfield Hills. That's not my position, all right? That's a board decision. I'm just here to try to bring you as, a candidate pool that most closely matches what it is that you say that you're looking for.
And then second, going through the process and hearing, other firms' process. So is it your process, meaning that you send us the applicants and we narrow it down, or is it your process to, sort of give us your buckets, narrow down, and then we from there decide?
Yeah. So the posting closes on a Tuesday. By the end of that week, usually on Thursday or Friday, you will have access to all of the applicants. And then generally speaking, about usually around a week following that is when we'll sit down as a group, and you as a board will let me know which applicants in that list are the ones that you would like to call for interviews. Generally speaking, most boards that I work with coalesce around the same 4 or 5 applicants right off the get, and then usually it's that 6th and 7th and 8th applicant where it's like 3 of us are kind of on board, 4 of us are kind of like, well, we're not quite sure, and then we can kind of talk about it a little bit, and then those 4 board members hear what those 3 like about that applicant. They're like, yeah, okay, I can get behind that. And so, oh, hey, look, now we've got candidate number 5. All right, what about candidate number 6? And we can talk about that a little bit, and then, hey, look, we've got candidate number 6. All right, are we happy with all these 6? Yes? Okay, let's go forth and put forth those phone calls and get them in here for interviews. So you'll get all those materials usually about a week before we sit down and have that opportunity to discuss who it is that you want to call forth for your interviews.
What?
Are you going to ask any?
No, I was saying I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
Trustee.
Thank you,
Kumar?
Jay. That was
absolutely.
You answered all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Yeah.
Trustee Hill.
Yes, thank you. In terms of candidates with a non-traditional education background, how many of those is the MASB sourcing for other schools?
Depending on how you write your selection criteria, that's going to kind of guide as to whether or not you're looking for the traditional or non-traditional. It has been my experience that a vast majority, if not just about every board that I've worked with, is usually looking for someone that has that, what we would consider to be traditional K-12 experience. They've been a teacher, they've been a building administrator, they've been a central office administrator, now they're looking to be a superintendent. Every now and again, we'll get somebody that has come up through maybe the finance ranks, so they started as a finance clerk and then eventually became the finance director, and then they became the deputy superintendent. They've never had that traditional K-12 teaching experience, but they've had plenty of K-12 administrative experience. And so I've seen people from that realm kind of end up in the superintendency. I've seen people come up through the operations side. Every now and again a non-traditional. Usually even my non-traditionals are, tend to be, they're non-traditional in that they don't have that K-12 experience, but they have post-secondary experience. So college, community college, administration experience, but not necessarily in K-12. It's very rare, and I can't really think of one right off the top of my head, in which a non-traditional candidate, someone that has no education administrative experience, has been hired by a board. That's not to say that I don't occasionally get some of those applicants in my pools, but for the most part, boards have not been interested in interviewing those applicants.
I apologize, we've seen 3 proposals today.
I get it, no worries.
And that fee listed does include the national search, is that correct?
So that fee includes the national search in such that it's going to go into our application system, which is going to go out to those about 17 or 18 other states that we talked about. But if we want to add those national advertising, that's on the page there, and so we'll talk about which of those national advertisements you'd like to do, and then we'll be above and beyond that. So it'll be the cost that's listed in there. I think $495 for some, $295 for the others, so whichever ones you want to list it with.
So it all comes in the form of advertising, not actually going out and headhunting?
So as far as going out and doing the recruiting, so based on the contacts that I have with my other state associations, based on some, digging. I mean, I'll do some hardcore Google searches to find out applicants in other searches. I've got contacts on LinkedIn from across the country that I'll reach out to and see if they, if they'll be interested. If we look to competitive searches, so right now in this area, there are no other searches that I would consider to be a direct competitor to you as far as similarity, right? There is one other district in the state that will be looking for a superintendent in the not too distant future. They could end up on a trajectory similar to yours. They're located outside of Grand Rapids, and that's Forest Hills. So Forest Hills is a district of about 9,500, but they're a similar district. I think they would attract a similar type of applicant that your district would. So depending on how their trajectory lines up, I think that you would be in competition with them as far as for applicants. Because you're on a pretty, they're in the process of collecting. So they issued a formal RFP for search firms, which is due next week. So I anticipate them selecting a search firm next week, and then they'll start rolling with that search. And so their search and your search could definitely come into. Now, geographically, they're not anywhere near you. They're a suburb of Grand Rapids, you're a suburb of Detroit. But aesthetically, I think that there's a lot of similarities between the two districts in which you would have similar pools of applicants. So if someone's looking to move into Michigan to be a superintendent, those are 2 very attractive opportunities right now for sure.
That's my only question for now.
Wait, Trustee Fowler.
Just
I'll let you go.
follow up.
Yeah.
And when we say recruiting at a state, like, I think Megan used an excellent term, headhunting.
Yeah.
So, and you're saying you do Google searches. Are you not gonna, the traditional headhunter is where people may not be looking, but would be a good fit based on our profile?
Absolutely. So, in fact, I can remember when I was doing the Lansing search, again, capital city, big district, 10,000. They ended up hiring somebody that was non-traditional to them because it was somebody from New York City who at the time was teaching at a teacher's college and was teaching administrators at a teacher's college, had been a high school principal before, but that is an individual that I had seen some news flashes on, and I just reached out to them directly and said, hey, I've seen you've been doing some stuff. We've got an opportunity here in Michigan. Would that be something that you'd be interested in? I'd encourage you to take a look. And so I keep track of what's happening out there. I keep track of my LinkedIn feed is just full of all kinds of presentations from people. And when I see somebody that I think would be an attractive candidate for any of the jobs that I'm searching for, then I reach out to them directly and encourage them to apply for sure.
I guess my last question, I was done. So what is your impression of the current talent pool and the depth of it in the state of Michigan right now?
Yeah, so, I'm cautiously optimistic. We're currently doing the search in Mount Clemens, so that's a district of about 835 students. We got 31 applicants for that position, which is fantastic. And I'd say of those 31, I'd cautiously say at least half, if not 3/4 of them are what I would consider to be viable candidates. You'll get candidates that when you look at their materials, you'll be thinking to yourself, what in the world thinks that you're ready to be the next superintendent of Bloomfield Hills? I mean, you'll see some of those applicants. They're grasping at straws. They're out there. I've seen them many times. But a vast majority of those applicants, of those 31 applicants for Mount Clemens, I would consider to be, a good match. I would anticipate that for your district, I don't want to put a number on it because then you'll hold me to it. But I would anticipate a sizable number of applicants for this position, and I think that a good majority of them will be, viable, will meet the criteria that you say you're looking for. The biggest thing right now is that it has been my experience that those superintendents and deputy supes and building principals, if they're happy where they are right now, they're happy where they are right now. And so we're not seeing a lot of movement. This hasn't been a very active search season. This year we're tracking across the state right around 70 to 71 changes so far this year. Maybe we'll hit 75 changes by July 1, and that's really going to depend on, Kalamazoo right now has one superintendent from Michigan in their finalists. So if that person gets hired, then that would open up a job in Dearborn 7, because the Dearborn 7 superintendent is a finalist in Kalamazoo. The Caledonia superintendent and Caledonia is outside Grand Rapids, is a finalist for the K-RISA job. So if he gets the K-RISA job, then that will open up a superintendency in Caledonia. If this district completes their search by July 1, there's a good chance that you could draw from another district, another superintendent from another district, and then that would open up that one. But for the most part, we're probably done with movement, with natural movement, I would say, for the rest of the year. So if we end around 75, that's the kind of numbers that we were seeing pretty regularly pre-pandemic. Since the pandemic, the past 3 years, we were tracking right around 100+ changes in superintendencies across the state. Remembering that there's over 500 districts across the state, so we were seeing changes around 100. So that means 100 different districts were looking for new superintendents. Some of them found them right within their own district. Some of them did searches. Some of them did the search themselves. But right around 100 changes for the past couple of years. So down to 70, down to back to pre-pandemic numbers is good in that it means that hopefully there's the same amount of applicants that were out there when we had 100 openings, but now we only have 70 or 75. So hopefully that means the pools are a little deeper. So I don't have a lot to compare it to this year because we haven't done, a lot of my searches this year have been in my smaller rural districts. We haven't done a lot of bigger suburban or urban districts this year just because there hasn't been a lot of change in those districts. I've been doing a lot of, 1,200 to, 2,500, 3,000 student districts. And that's just, kind of the way things have been this year.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Jay. We appreciate it. We'll be in touch either way.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate your time. Thank you
Have
very
a
much.
good night.
Good luck in your search. And again, let us know what we can do. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. Have a great night. Okay. So you should have received a packet for HYA, Hazard Young and Ati.
So
I
there,
didn't hear the last thing you said.
Hazard Young.
Oh,
and
you just,
Ati.
okay, sorry. You said the names.
HYA. Wanted to make sure I said their organization, their full organization.
are we just discussing HYA right now? Or
That will be item F that was proposed. That is correct.
So they sent us 2 attachments. There's one which says Bloomfield Hills proposal. And on page 13 of 33 is their fee structure. I don't know if everybody has that open. So their fee is $18,500. Travel costs, because they're from out of state, is $1,500 to $3,500. They've got optional services, and I don't know what this means, but additional days. Talk about most searches being completed in 4 days, but additional days would be $2,500 per day. Advertising, again, similar to the previous two recruiting firms, they talk about advertising. They really don't talk about a targeted search like many of us would be accustomed to in corporate world, where you're focused on identifying candidates, but they talk about advertising. And they've got a national advertising fee of $2,150 to $4,000 and a state of Michigan advertising fee of $0 to $500. And then additional fees for background checks. So anyway, that's the little bit that I could see in the few minutes that I had through browse through this. So that's just the one page that jumped out at me was there are at least 2x in terms of costs. I didn't get the impression they're doing a recruiter kind of search that we would think about. They're also talking about advertising. So,
do we get a sense? And I'm not sure how they, how we ended up with them, right? In terms of getting a proposal to us, do we get a sense on what their differentiator is?
Well, this proposal was requested yesterday. They had asked for more time to put together something more comprehensive. And with the late notice, they could have been here via Zoom, but that didn't work out. Aside from, take this one out of the equation, I didn't see the other two until today. I've not had a chance to review them. I've never reviewed a proposal without, setting up a comparison chart and an Excel spreadsheet, which I'm happy to do here. I don't personally feel comfortable making this decision tonight. I know that we are looking to move quickly, but I think that I would like a little bit more time to compare line by line each component. I don't think we should just look at bottom line costs, because as you see, there's a lot of different fees that make up different things. So I think when we talk about our top criteria, if we can compare them all side by side, and I'm happy to do that comparison and prepare a document so that we can come back together perhaps in a special meeting next week and discuss each of those components so we're truly comparing apples to apples. I think we'd be in a better spot to make it a decision. I understand some board members want to make them tonight, and I understand the reasons why we want to stay on timelines. I think some of the timelines that we saw tonight were aggressive, and if we don't have a plan for an interim superintendent and really taking our time with this, I think this is just going to be overall a rushed decision. So I'm not making any formal motion at this time. I'm just relaying what I would envision as a good next step, which would be each of us have the opportunity to actually go through each of these three documents. I'm happy to provide a side-by-side summary of the key points. We come back together, we review it. We perhaps give the person who prepared this third one an opportunity to appear via Zoom at that meeting, and we make a decision at the special meeting and on who we're going to use, and discuss the interim solution and how we're going to approach that.
Other comments?
From my perspective, and I've gone through this before, and I've seen search firms, I've heard of search firms, I went through Ray and Associates personally, right, and a lot of you haven't gone through this. I've heard enough tonight, and I've done some additional due diligence. I mean, one of the firms, I reached out to another district that used them, and I spoke to their board president, and I trust the board president. The board president gave them, which is rare, I'm just saying, a raving review in terms of their recent search. So from my perspective, we're fine if we all agree, side by side, but I heard enough from a side by side comparison and looking at fees. I'm ready to make a decision tonight based on what I've heard, what I've done some diligence, which I'm happy to share with my colleagues tonight, and then what I've read.
What can you tell us?
Yeah, so, MLI, they recently did a Birmingham search. So I spoke to Amy, their board president, and she gave them raving reviews on their search and said they did an excellent job. One of the things I was concerned about is was the vetting process, making sure that the candidates that they recruit, vet, gets to them, and she said they did everything, excellent, and she would highly recommend us to use them. And that would be my recommendation tonight, is to use them based on, and I got not just her perspective, and she got a perspective from other boards that used it, so I got sort of all of that feedback, in sort of, and I wanted to get feedback on them. So that would be my recommendation, tonight. I don't think personally anything that you would put together in terms of fees and is going to be any different than my comparison of what I've heard in feedback, and that would be my recommendation. That's what I think we should go with.
Trustee Kumar, do you have anything?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you have any comments?
I agree with Paul. MLI came highly recommended among the folks that I had reached out to, and they've been involved in multiple searches in Oakland County more than anybody else. Now, on the flip side, they tend to be focused on Michigan-based superintendents. I believe MASB has broader reach, and HYA may have even broader reach because HYA is focused or have their headquarters in Illinois and have a base in Wisconsin, I believe. And they're somewhat familiar with the Illinois, Wisconsin, Colorado, Denver area, let's say. So again, at the end of the day, it comes down to, do we think they're going to get twice as better of a candidate? Ultimately, I think it's going to come down to a superintendent who understands students, who's doing best for the district, and who also understands legislation as it pertains to education in Michigan. And I think a candidate from the state would stand up that much better against candidates from out of state for that reason.
I don't necessarily, in perspective of like a national search, right? That was, again, I was part of the process, and the last firm we had, we focused on, and there were fees comparable to this, HYA, and they were supposedly a national search firm. And I'm just saying our candidate pool that we got nationally was not any different than, in my opinion, we would have gotten from an MLI.
Was that based on them doing actual headhunting or just advertising?
They claimed they did as much as, right? Everyone's going to, listen, right? It's all, everyone's going to claim they're going to do the same thing. And it was a matter of maybe we as a board didn't push enough of headhunting and just, or saying we're not satisfied, go back into the, I'm just saying, right? I mean, we obviously found the superintendent, in our backyard, and for whatever reason, a lot of people end up doing that. But I don't think a national search, saying because they're national means they're going to get any more of a candidate pool national than us asking a local firm that has national connections to do the same due diligence.
I agree with you, Paul, on that. I think that would totally be, from what I can see and what I read, I would totally agree with that as a point. Trustee VanGemert, did you want to make any comments?
My only comment is that I want everyone on the board to be comfortable with making a decision. So if that takes a few more days so that everyone's ready, I'm okay with that. I think that a meeting could last it would be quite shorter than today's meeting. We have one proposal over Zoom potentially, or none, and then we make a decision after discussion. I think we could all spare an hour and a half, 2 hours, hopefully. Spring's a busy time, but could squeeze it in. But that said, I could also make a decision today. So I'm.
Trustee Fala?
To me, it just, listening to the two presentations, which I appreciate, that was exhaustive and gave me I've never gone through one of these in depth like this. I worked at a school district and I was there during that, but not to this level. So this is nice to see it. But I guess it really, both of them are going to end up with the same pool of candidates, at least from within the state. I mean, they know who's out there. They talk to the same network. They talked, like, that's not, to me, a big differentiator. I think the only question we have is if we really want to go and search more nationally and say, we really think that's worth the effort, then I would want to pause just for a moment. And I popped open, during the meeting, the HYA, just to look at it. And it did mention, I mean, recruitment is a part of their engagement. I don't know what that means yet. I haven't had a chance to review it. And maybe that's something all three of them can do. If we direct them and say, whatever the cost is, here's the candidate we're looking for, and we expect you to go further than just our backyard. If there's value there, then we should do it. I guess my thing with the two presentations, I feel like they're going to give us the same pool of candidates no matter what, right? And so they're helping facilitate, stakeholder meetings and that kind of stuff, which is great. That's worth it. But in terms of pools of applicants, if we want to go farther and try to say we're going to find the best person, we would have to then figure out if HYA, and it's not them, maybe there's someone else, I don't know. But to me, that's the only thing we really have to figure out, if we want that or not. Otherwise, it's the same pool of applicants to me. It's whoever we're more comfortable with.
HYA was one of the firms that was on the list when you did the applicant pool. Why didn't you all go with them last time?
We didn't, and to the point, we were clear we wanted Ray and Associates. They gave a better presentation. So that's why my decision is made. And one thing about if we decide to go with, and I wouldn't, but I'm just saying, if we decide to go with them, and it is limiting, and trust me, going through it the first time, the MLA lives in Rochester, lives close. Right. That was hard because they were national, and we're like, all right, we want to have these stakeholder meetings. Well, it has to be on the 17th and 18th because that's the only time I can get a flight and come down, and it just became, we were managing based on their schedule versus them managing based on our schedule.
And that extended your process,
it extended, it hurt it a little bit, and we were trying to be, the fact that he's in Rochester, it's like, we want a meeting on the 19th with this stakeholder group. Yep, can get there in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think your process was 30 weeks, I think it was.
So I laid out the timeline from the time the previous superintendent notified the board to the time our current superintendent was selected was 30 weeks.
And that was part, and I can give you, right, I was right in the middle of it, I led it, right, as president. That was a problem. That was a problem. I'll tell you the other problem was, which, when I got assurance from Amy in Birmingham, vetting. I mean, as much as everyone's going to say vetting, really vetting, so we don't have to find things out from our community after the fact about candidates. That's critical, and MLI hit the mark. Like I said, and you're right, that's why I'm ready to make a decision, because they didn't even go up against our previous one, and our previous one is not invited here, right? So that would be, and then between the two, I've done a lot of diligence in terms of comparing, nothing but the diligence I've done leads to MLI. So whether we meet today, from my perspective, we meet next Wednesday, and I agree with John, if we're not comfortable, fine. My decision's not going to change.
Trustee Noble. In my opinion, they probably, like you said, would come up with the same candidates. I mean, usually when there's a posting, there's a standard procedure, and the same people apply who are interested, or they reach out to their the people they're interested in.
There's a general pool, but the one thing which was interesting, I'm not saying they're still not going to get the general pool. MLI has this, right, leadership, that maybe they'll tap into.
Oh, yeah.
MSAB says they have something they'll tap into, but you're right. I mean, let's be real, and I've talked to many board members over the course of my 8 years. You have your general starting pool. It's how many people outside the pool that we as a board push them to get. And it's whether it's Ray or HY, whatever, we have to push them to get it because they have a database of candidates that's going to be your starting point of people that are going to apply, and it's how much they're going to tap into people, whether we hear things or this and that. And I think it's really important, him being 20 minutes away for what we need, you know, and it does make a difference, 20 minutes and an hour and 15 in Lansing versus being in Chicago. I'm telling you, Zoom calls, 2,500, I'm telling you, it's a problem.
Do you remember if did we have to pay any additional cost for the travel?
Absolutely.
And so I think that
over
also
and
makes
over and over again.
too.
And that's why when they said in there an extra day was, you want to have stakeholder groups, you want to have day 3, another thing. I'm just like, we got boxed in.
I literally hit the send button at 6 p.m. today, but that was the fee statement that Rebecca was able to dig out from the last search. And the fees from the firm were about similar. That was 19 versus 18K from HYA, but there were additional fees for travel and other costs, so it ended up being about 30K. You have the detail. And it's in your inbox.
And I do remember, again, 4 years ago, it just clacked my mind because I'd spent 30 weeks doing it. We were like, we need a national firm. We need a national firm. We need a national firm. And in hindsight, our 2 candidates finalists were one from Bloomfield, one from West Bloomfield. I'm just saying, you know, I mean, so it's.
Well, I get your point, but I don't know. I'm not prepared to say like I was satisfied because I'm still thinking we've got to get the best candidate possible, and if that means we should check and see, is HYA been successful placing a candidate nationally in a similarly sized district, the similar size or similar type of attributes? I would like to ask that question because to me, that's what this is contingent on, right? I agree, having somebody close. If we're going to be here doing this and we expect the candidate to be somewhat near within Michigan, then sure, I mean, let's go a cheap route, let's make it efficient, let's make it effective. But if there's a notion that we might want to go further, then we should ask at least HYA, can you do this, and what does that look like? And I put it on LinkedIn, but going out and finding the right person based on what we're asking for.
So we did anticipate this as a possibility, and I think Rebecca sent a doodle poll, right? Not for a meeting next week, okay. But we did talk about this might be an impasse, and hearing the concerns of at least 4 folks, I think that we should, because that's majority. I'm just hearing the concerns of 4 people, that maybe we do need to come back next week, regardless to if Megan decides to put together a great spreadsheet or not. I think we at least do deserve to give you that space to be comfortable with the decision that we make. And 1 week isn't going to push us that far back into the process. Yeah. There's 13 weeks right now between now and the superintendent does leave our district, and that will put us at 14 weeks. And we did see with MLI, their presentation looks at 14 weeks. And then during this process, we'll have to decide if we do need to have an interim to cover that 2-week period and what that looks like in the district. So if it makes the majority of us more comfortable, I guess we'll be back here next Thursday.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I'm just saying.
I'm totally supportive of meeting next week, but I'm saying from a candidate perspective, moving outside of their state is a hugely risky decision for them. Understandably, we are a desirable district in the state, but for a candidate to roll the dice and pull their family from wherever they're at and move to another state, it's a very risky decision for a superintendent.
Our super did. I'm just reminding us.
So the only candidates we're going to find from out of state are those who are actively exploring, to Jay's point, actively exploring to move to Michigan. And that pool, depending on the time of the year or decade, could be a very small pool.
I don't disagree with any of your any points. I just think that it still doesn't really.
There's not many people who are going to actively look to come to Michigan.
Well, I mean,
I would be at your recommendation you heard. For me personally, that carries a lot of weight. You have been around long enough that you've seen a lot of things and a lot of process and talked to enough people that that wouldn't matter to me too. So let's take this third firm out of the conversation. I still don't feel prepared to say that I've thoroughly read through the proposal line by line. And I think that by interviewing a third, I mean, even if you don't end up going with that firm, you gain other bits of knowledge about process that perhaps the firm you decide to go with, you push back on a certain point that came up in another proposal. So I just am not, I don't want to have an unnecessary meeting, but I cannot honestly say that I am prepared to make a decision based on what I've read.
I don't disagree, because no one besides me has gone through this, right? So I'm just giving you my insight that in whatever we decide, like, and again, I've made up my mind because I've been through it, I've talked to people, I've done diligence. The key part, ironically enough, is the firm's relatively, it's basically, when you say this is the most important, whether it's out of state or not, is on the process itself. We need to be conscious that if the pool is not great, that we're willing to say we'll go back into the pool and whatever firm will do it. I'm not saying the firm's not critical, but the firms are, you know, I mean, my diligence, asking other communities who have used them, said they're, you know, is good enough to go with. And then the process itself, we need to be on top of it.
Yeah.
That's what I found. Like, if, like, I'm not saying, and this is not that, you know, like, we as a board and whoever's leading whatever committees that Michelle decides to set up, we need to be on top of it, you know, as well, because the search firm, you know, does their process. So that's fine. If we want to meet next week and you want to do more diligence, fine. I'll give you all my perspective on national firms, this firm, that firm. And you're right, we're going to get the same pool, you know, a general guideline, and active recruiting may help. What active recruiting ends up being, and I think Jay said it, and both of them said it, if we hear from community members, this person, administration, whatever, we feed them the names, and they reach out to decide if that person wants to come here.
Okay, so we're
Do we have to
meeting
push till next Thursday so we don't lose a full week? Can we try and go early?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have to wait, like, I just wanted like at least a day for me, just to look.
In order to have the special meeting, we need 36 hours notice.
Right, so I mean, we could do,
Okay, can we take 3 minutes then and just look at our calendars? Yep. Oh my goodness. Sorry.
Rebecca, could I ask a question? Let's say we pick Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. What's the ability of the technology team to broadcast?
So
Is that the-
all my things are just open, just waiting.
Okay.
And remember, we agreed to broadcast.
Right, that's going to be.
If we're
And
able to.
And I know the week, you know, right, we didn't anticipate, and it is Thursday, right? What do we need, 36 hours? Is it out of the ordinary, right? And I know it's inconvenience, you know, from a broadcasting, to do it on like a Sunday. I'm just saying, all right, I just like the weeks, right? If we don't have a plan, we're booked with other things. I'm just saying.
Monday.
I'm not available this weekend. Sorry.
So do we want to do Monday,
I can do Monday.
right?
New Monday.
Right.
Michelle can't do Monday.
What about Tuesday as a backup?
Robotics.
You know, let's take priority 1 and 2.
It should, it's, in theory, if we do our diligence, the meeting should only be like a half
Yeah, it
hour,
should be
hour. Right, I'm just, right, we're not going to debate much.
Can't hear you, sorry.
I don't know that Monday is going to work.
The robotics
Because
Monday.
of
Can you
technology.
do Tuesday?
I can do Tuesday.
I can do Tuesday.
I can do Tuesday.
I can also do Tuesday.
Tuesday.
I can make both days work.
I mean, what time are we
Can you do
thinking?
Tuesday?
Okay.
What time are we thinking? Like
Tuesday's better.
Tuesday's better?
Yeah.
6, like 6 to
driving.
7,
Yeah, Tuesday.
right? Tuesday at 6?
You may start, if I'm not here by 6, you may start with, I'll be here.
We can
at
start.
early
I mean,
6:30.
it's really,
I'm driving from.
everyone's going to do their diligence beforehand, and we come to the meeting,
We're prepared.
we'll be prepared to vote, right?
Exactly.
Right, and we have to vote in front of the
It's
community.
not just to talk about another one, it's to come to the table with, here is what I feel like we should do, and let's make a vote, and let's go.
And then
That's fine.
we're okay because we're not making a decision. If Megan's putting something together, we can share it.
Do we want to invite this third firm to appear via Zoom? Sure. To present? We want to give them that option. Or poor Rebecca.
We might not have technology, but what if they were to be over the phone and we had had a presentation? That might be a compromise.
So
next slide.
We'll invite them if technology allows.
The only, which is fine if we want to hear it. Remember, I heard them years, I'm not saying they haven't updated. I heard them years ago, and then we picked the firm over them that we're not inviting. I'm just,
Well,
I would say this.
the ability to sell versus
If someone,
different things.
if someone is going to come, let's get the short version of that
Yeah.
presentation.
Yeah. Okay, we'll at least offer the invitation pending that we can actually, maybe we can have them call in. But Tuesday at 6 o'clock?
Okay.
Okay, so I guess technically, because we started to talk about what is now item F, which is the addition of this firm, I guess I'm making a motion. Well, I guess we're tabling that. I guess I was just going to make a motion to not make the decision tonight because it says selection of board firm discussion, but.
You don't have to, we can just say we table it, and
All right.
then it'll be on the agenda for next time.
Perfect.
That works too. So we are, this is all hearts and minds satisfied. We're going to be meeting on Tuesday next week at 6 o'clock p.m. Details are to be determined. For those of you who are watching, we'll have a special meeting on Tuesday. No other items. We adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you.